Hello, welcome to Ambient Whisper, where we tell your favorite cozy UFO, cryptid, paranormal, or any other story with a mixture of mystery. So relax. Deep breaths as we dive in. If you like our stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe for updates. Chapter 1. Echoes in the Stone. The year is 2017. Dr. Aris Thorne, a man whose life had been a meticulous excavation of ancient mysteries, stood before the Great Pyramid of Giza. His attire, usually rumpled and stained with desert dust, was, for once, pristine, reflecting the weight of the moment. Beside him, Dr. Lena Petrova, a brilliant young physicist, adjusted her glasses, her eyes scanning the impossibly ancient stones with a mixture of awe and scientific skepticism. The air hummed with anticipation, a subtle tremor that seemed to vibrate not just through their bodies, but through the very bedrock of the plateau. Their team, a multinational consortium of Egyptologists, physicists, and structural engineers, had spent the better part of 3 years deploying an experimental muon detection system around Khufu's pyramid. Muons, subatomic particles created when cosmic rays collide with Earth's atmosphere, shower down constantly, penetrating matter with varying degrees of success. Denser materials absorb more muons, while voids allow them to pass through more freely. It was this principle that had led them to this precipice of discovery. 3 years, Lena, Aris murmured, his voice raspy with emotion. 3 years of calibrating, cross-referencing, and doubting ourselves. Lena nodded, a wry smile touching her lips. And 3 years of you insisting we'd find something more than just another fault line, Aris. You always had a hunch, didn't you? Aris chuckled, a dry, age-old sound. A hunch born of every unanswered question about this magnificent tomb. Khufu was not one for frivolous construction. Every block, every angle, every false passage had a purpose. The purpose of this mission, however, was far from frivolous. Their muon tomography data, meticulously analyzed and reanalyzed by supercomputers across 3 continents, had revealed something extraordinary. A vast, previously unknown cavity, a gaping emptiness, situated directly above the Great Gallery. They had nicknamed it the Big Void. The initial reports had been met with a whirlwind of excitement and skepticism. Egyptologists, historically cautious, debated whether it was merely a relieving chamber, a space designed to alleviate the immense weight of the masonry above, a common architectural feature in ancient Egyptian construction. But the sheer scale of it, almost 100 feet long, and its peculiar location, argued against such a simplistic explanation. The latest refinements to the models are in, Dr. Thorne. A junior technician, barely out of his master's program, announced, his voice tight with suppressed excitement. The probability of it being a natural void or a simple construction error is negligible. Aris and Lena exchanged a look. Meaning, Aris pressed, though he already knew the answer. Meaning, sir, the technician continued, his eyes wide, it's almost certainly man-made, and it's empty, or at least empty of anything that would significantly impede muon flow. The word, empty, hung in the desert air, heavy with unspoken questions. What kind of purpose could a 100-foot-long, inaccessible chamber hold? A chamber that had remained hidden for over 4 millennia. The ancient Egyptians were masters of symbolism, of burying secrets within secrets. This wasn't merely a space, it was a deliberate concealment. As the desert sun began its slow descent, painting the western sky in hues of orange and purple, Aris found himself gazing at the pyramid, its geometric perfection an affront to its age. He imagined Khufu, the pharaoh, overseeing its construction, a man whose ambition had literally reshaped the landscape. What secrets had he sought to protect within these colossal stones? Lena, observing Aris's pensive expression, understood the silent weight of his thoughts. "It's more than just a void, isn't it?" she said softly, echoing his unspoken sentiment. "Much more," Aris replied, his gaze fixed on the apex of the pyramid where the hidden chamber lay. "This isn't just about finding a new room. This is about understanding a lost intention, a whisper from the deep past that has finally reached us. And the question isn't just what is inside, Lena. It's why it was sealed away so completely." The evening chill began to creep in, a stark contrast to the burning heat of the day. Around them, the camp bustled with subdued excitement. Researchers hunched over screens, analyzing reams of data, their voices hushed, almost reverent. The news had begun to leak, a trickle that would soon become a torrent, captivating the world's imagination. Aris walked a short distance away from the clamor, needing a moment of solitude. He stood facing the pyramid, its colossal presence dwarfing everything around it. He closed his eyes, trying to feel the ancient energy, to hear the echoes of the past. He imagined the thousands of workers, the immense effort, the sheer will that had forged this monument. And now, within its heart, lay a secret, patiently waiting for its unveiling. He opened his eyes, the stars beginning to prick through the deepening twilight. The Great Pyramid, a silent sentinel, held its breath, just as Aris and Lena and the entire world now held theirs. The discovery of the Big Void wasn't just a scientific breakthrough. It was an invitation, a tantalizing glimpse into a mystery that had slept undisturbed for millennia, and now it was beginning to stir. The ambient whisper of the past had finally found its voice. Chapter 2. The Geometry of Silence. The initial media frenzy surrounding the Big Void had settled into a low, perpetual simmer, like the desert heat just before dawn. Aris and Lena, now global figures, had retreated from the immediate glare, focusing instead on the painstaking task of deciphering their data. They were camped in a temporary research station set up in a quiet, air-conditioned corner of the Giza Plateau, surrounded by monitors glowing with complex graphs and models. The challenge wasn't proving the void existed. The muon data was irrefutable. The challenge was understanding its form, its exact relationship to the known chambers, and the subtle clues hidden in the geometry of its absence. "Look at the inclination, Aris," Lena said, pointing to a three-dimensional rendering of the pyramid's interior. The established passages, the ascending passage, the grand gallery, and the king's chamber were rendered in pale blue. The newly discovered void, a massive black cigar shape, hovered almost perfectly parallel to the grand gallery, slightly above it. "It mirrors the grand gallery's angle almost exactly," Aris observed, tracing the line with a worn silver stylus. "But it's offset. It doesn't appear to connect to any known passage." The Grand Gallery itself was a marvel of ancient engineering. A high, corbelled corridor nearly 150 feet long, leading up to the king's chamber. It wasn't just a passage. It was a structure of immense symbolic and architectural importance. And now, directly above it, was this vast, hidden mirror. If it were a standard relieving chamber, designed to distribute the load from the king's chamber above, it would likely be horizontal, or at least a series of smaller stacked spaces like the ones directly over the king's chamber. Lena explained, leaning back, pushing her glasses up her nose. This is a single, uninterrupted space, nearly 100 feet long, following the main axis. She brought up a diagram detailing the pyramid's internal pressure points, calculated using modern engineering software. The void, while situated in a structurally stressed area, didn't seem optimally placed for load distribution. It almost seemed intentional, a space carved out for a purpose other than physics. Aris tapped the screen, focusing on the coordinates of the void's ceiling. The height of the chamber is roughly 20 feet, based on the muon path density variation. Think about that, Lena. A 20-foot tall ceiling, 89 feet long, and utterly inaccessible. Why expend that much effort on concealment unless what was being concealed was profound? They spent the next few hours immersed in the architecture of the void. They compared their muon maps with the precise measurements of the existing chambers, looking for any mathematical congruence, any hidden ratio that might betray the builder's intentions. The ancient Egyptians were masters of geometry, embedding cosmic and religious principles into their architecture. Could the dimensions of the big void relate to the golden ratio, the orbit of a particular star, or perhaps the dimensions of the pharaoh's sarcophagus? Lena zoomed in on the junction where the void seemed to begin, right at the top of the grand gallery's southern entrance. There was a slight anomaly in the muon count there, a subtle deviation that suggested a boundary of particularly dense material. "There's something dense right here," she murmured, circling the area. "Not just limestone, maybe granite or something metallic. It looks like a plug or perhaps the remnants of a sealed door." A sealed door 150 feet inside the pyramid, 100 feet above the base. Aris summarized, his eyes gleaming with the thrill of the chase. A doorway that has resisted detection for 4,500 years. The implications were staggering. If the void was deliberately sealed, it wasn't just a leftover construction gap. It was a vault. Aris remembered his decades spent studying the funerary rites and esoteric beliefs of the Fourth Dynasty. The pyramids were not merely tombs. They were machines designed to facilitate the pharaoh's ascent to the stars, connecting the earthly plane with the eternal cosmos. Khufu's final resting place was the culmination of this belief, a literal staircase to the heavens. Imagine the time, the manpower, the logistics required to place and seal a chamber of this size at that height, Aris mused, running a hand through his thinning gray hair. It suggests the content was more valuable, or perhaps more dangerous, than anything in the king's or queen's chambers. Something that Khufu did not want disturbed, possibly even by his own descendants. Lena brought up a cross-section of the entire structure. "We're not just looking for a way in, Aris. We're looking for a signature. Was this chamber built before the Great Gallery was roofed, or was it carved out after?" The smoothness of the void, indicated by the uniformity of the muon readings across its length, suggests incredibly deliberate construction, not a hastily added feature. The pyramid was silent outside their window, an immense shadow against the pale, dust-filled sky. But within the research station, the air crackled with the energy of a mystery on the verge of cracking open. They weren't just reading data. They were reading the mind of Khufu's ancient architects, attempting to reverse engineer a secret hidden in the geometry of silence. They sat there, two lone figures surrounded by the weight of history and technology, meticulously examining every pixel, every number. The world wanted an answer. What was in the big void? Aris and Lena knew the answer wasn't in the stones themselves, but in the patterns, the mathematical intentions, the very silence that had preserved the secret for so long. They knew the next step wasn't drilling, it was deeper understanding. They needed to find the ancient key that matched this hidden lock. Chapter 3. The Architect's Hand. The focus of the research shifted dramatically. No longer were Aris and Lena trying to prove the void's existence. They were trying to prove its identity. They began to suspect that the structure of the void was not just a side effect of construction, but the central element of the pyramid's true function, a secret deliberately encoded in the stonework. Aris immersed himself in the fragmented records pertaining to Hemiunu, Khufu's vizier, and the reputed architect of the Great Pyramid. Himiunu was more than an engineer. He was a priest, astronomer, and mathematician whose intellectual scope rivaled his pharaoh's ambition. Ares scoured papyri fragments, studying inscriptions from nearby mastabas' ancient tombs, and comparing them to the limited records of the 4th dynasty's building techniques. The core idea Ares pursued was the concept of the Sekhem, the spiritual power or vital force. The entire pyramid was designed to channel Khufu's Sekhem to the heavens, guiding his spirit to eternal life among the stars, specifically Orion, which the Egyptians associated with the god Osiris. If the Big Void was indeed a concealed chamber, what purpose could it serve in this spiritual machinery? If we accept that the void is deliberately placed, Ares posited to Lena one sweltering afternoon, gesturing towards a vast holographic projection of the pyramid. Then it must align with the cosmic intent. The Grand Gallery is often interpreted as the symbolic ascent, a pathway for the Ba, the spirit, to rise. Lena, who was examining historical accounts of corbelled ceilings, frowned thoughtfully. Then the void running parallel above the ascent is something like a hidden echo or maybe a celestial dock. It's too large to be a mere treasury. Precisely, Ares agreed. Treasuries were usually smaller, more secure annexes. This is almost a second gallery, and given its height and length, nearly 90 feet, it suggests a contained environment for something that needed space. Lena had been studying the known relieving chambers above the king's chamber. They were a series of 5 low, small rooms filled with enormous granite blocks designed to disperse pressure. Their structure was rough, utilitarian. They were never meant to be seen. The Big Void, based on the evenness of the muon data, appeared to have smooth, finished walls and ceiling, implying an aesthetic intent. She focused on a peculiar pattern they had noticed in the density mapping. The Great Gallery itself was constructed with 7 layers of stone corbels on each side, increasing the height toward the king's chamber. 7 was a sacred number. When Lena counted the theoretical layers of masonry between the Grand Gallery and the Big Void, she found another significant pattern. "Look here," she said, pulling up a detailed schematic. From the highest point of the Grand Gallery's ceiling to the lowest point of the Void's floor, we have exactly 5 layers of core masonry. Ares leaned closer, his eyes sharp. 5. The number of stellar connections in their cosmology. 5 pointed stars, 5 deities often associated with the creation myth. It's a deliberate spacing, not an accidental byproduct of construction. This 5-layer spacing, combined with the void's specific dimensions, strongly suggested the chamber's purpose was symbolic and ritualistic, not structural. It was a calculated distance, a precise separation. Ares remembered a peculiar cryptic inscription found in a disassembled corner block near the pyramid's casing, a fragment that scholars had long dismissed as irrelevant. It spoke of a second sky and the shelter of the forgotten star. Himiunu wasn't just building a tomb, Ares whispered, the thought solidifying in his mind. He was building a complex celestial mechanism. The king's chamber is the physical destination, the Big Void that must be the spiritual one. He began mapping the dimensions of the void against the dimensions of the king's chamber. They were not identical, but their ratios were startlingly close to the sacred ancient Egyptian cubit, and both spaces appeared to adhere to geometric principles reflecting the solar year and the path of the star Sirius. If it was intended for the spirit, perhaps it contained something that would allow the Ba to ascend without the physical obstruction of a body, Lena proposed. No sarcophagus, but perhaps a ceremonial barge, or vast quantities of ritual objects, things that are low density but high volume. The silence in the room deepened as the enormity of their finding settled upon them. They were no longer looking for granite or gold. They were looking for the lost religious and astronomical purpose of the pyramid. The big void was perhaps Khufu's most profound secret, a silent testament to the limits of his belief, a belief so powerful he felt the need to construct a hidden, ethereal chamber, a perfect, empty space intended only for the passage of his soul, a place meant to remain hidden until the secum of modern science could finally reveal its existence. The architect's hand, Himiunu's genius, was now palpable in the data. He hadn't just built a monument to his pharaoh, he had built a riddle, knowing that eventually someone would look beyond the stones and see the carefully placed nothingness. The next logical step was finding that ancient, sealed doorway the granite plug Lena had identified, and understanding the exact astronomical alignment Himiunu had built into that 5-layer separation. Chapter 4. The Iron Seal. The theoretical understanding of the Big Void, its spiritual and geometric intent, offered little practical help in accessing it. Aris and Lena were now faced with the monumental, physical challenge of opening a chamber sealed by 4,500 years of carefully stacked stone. International agreements and Egyptian law strictly prohibited any invasive drilling into the core structure of the Great Pyramid. They had to find a non-destructive way to penetrate the barrier. Lena returned to her muon maps, specifically the localized anomaly she had detected at the southern end of the void, where it seemed to connect, or once connected, to the Grand Gallery complex. This was the area she suspected contained the dense, sealed plug. If the geometry is correct, and Himiunu intended for a specific ritual entry, that means the seal itself is likely not just a random block, Lena theorized, sketching the section on a whiteboard. It must be keyed in some way, or made of a material that was symbolically significant enough to be placed at the entry to the second sky. The dense material signature at the supposed entrance was the key. Most of the pyramid was Tura limestone and core limestone. The main chambers utilized enormous blocks of red Aswan granite, but this specific signature was far denser than granite. Aris recalled a handful of rare, mysterious artifacts recovered near Giza dating back to the 4th dynasty. Small, ritualistic tools, sometimes found in the tombs of high-ranking officials, made of meteoritic iron. Iron was incredibly rare and valuable in the Old Kingdom, considered a gift from the sky. Meteoritic iron, Aris whispered, the idea striking him with the force of revelation. If Himiunu wanted the entryway to the Big Void to be connected to the celestial realm, what better material than iron fallen from the heavens? Lena quickly ran a simulation. She adjusted the material density settings on her computer model, inputting the known properties of meteoritic iron, specifically the nickel-iron alloy common in many meteorites. The results were immediate and dramatic. "The signature fits," she exclaimed, pointing to the screen. The muon absorption rate in that 90 centimeter square area is precisely what we would expect from a solid block of nickel iron, approximately 3 feet thick. An iron seal. The concept of an iron seal, placed high within the pyramid to guard a chamber meant for the pharaoh's spirit, sent shivers down Aris's spine. It was a potent, symbolic barrier, a testament to Khufu's almost godlike status. Such a massive piece of celestial metal would have been an astronomical undertaking to acquire, shape, and lift to that position. The challenge now was verification. They couldn't drill to take a sample. They needed a different method, one that could confirm the elemental composition without disturbing the stone. Lena proposed utilizing a technique usually reserved for deep space probes: portable neutron activation analysis, or NAA. By bombarding the stone's surface with low-energy neutrons, the elements within become briefly radioactive and emit gamma rays at specific, unique energy levels. A precise detector could read those gamma ray signatures, essentially telling them the exact chemical composition of the material behind the limestone casing, all without causing any damage. The setup was arduous. They had to navigate a compact, specialized NAA scanner up the narrow, humid, and steeply inclined passages to the Grand Gallery. It took 3 days of painstaking work, careful alignment, and recalibration in the oppressive heat and echoing silence of the interior. Finally, they positioned the sensor unit against the spot corresponding to the dense signature, the exact point where the ceiling of the Grand Gallery should transition into the unknown void. Aris watched the monitors as Lena initiated the scan. For several minutes, the screens displayed only static noise and background radiation readings. The only sound was the faint whir of cooling fans and the drip of condensation. Then, a line of peaks began to form on the spectrum analysis display. Lena, her voice low and steady, began reading the telltale spikes. "Iron confirmed. High concentration," she murmured. "Nickel confirmed. Specifically the nickel-58 isotope, consistent with iron meteorites, trace amounts of cobalt and germanium." Aris closed his eyes, a feeling of deep, profound validation washing over him. "The iron seal," he repeated, the words a low, reverent breath. "It's real." The finding was monumental, proving that the big void was indeed a chamber of extreme importance, guarded by a barrier that spanned both terrestrial and celestial symbolism. But knowing the material didn't help them open it. The dense iron plug, 3 feet thick, was impassable, and they could not risk using explosives or powerful cutting tools. "We have confirmed the what and the where," Aris said, turning back to Lena. "Now we must decipher the how. That block was intended to be permanent, but Khufu's spirit needed passage. Did Himiunu build a mechanism for release, a key based on astronomical alignment or ritual?" They stood together in the echoing Grand Gallery, dwarfed by the ancient, sloping walls. The iron seal was an enormous, symbolic lock, and somewhere in the ancient texts or the geometry of the pyramid lay the spiritual key. The silent, heavy presence of the iron, a solidified piece of the night sky, stood between them and the answer to 4 millennia of mystery, urging them to look deeper into the lost secrets of the stars. Chapter 5. The Alignment of Khufu's Star. With the presence of the meteoritic iron confirmed, the mystery of the big void transcended mere archaeology. It became a problem of archaeoastronomy. Aris and Lena were certain that a barrier so profoundly symbolic must be linked to a cosmic event or a specific celestial alignment, a time when the pharaoh's spiritual ascent was deemed ritually necessary. Aris began a deep dive into the calendrical and astronomical texts of the Old Kingdom. The ancient Egyptians meticulously tracked the sky, particularly the cycles of the sun and the risings of key stars, which they believed guided the fate of the deceased pharaoh. Khufu's spiritual destiny, as Aris understood it, was linked to the star designated as his own, associated with his transition to the eternal realm. "We know the 2 main shafts of the king's chamber align with key stars," Aris reminded Lena, who was poring over star charts from the 4th Dynasty era. "The northern shaft points to Kachab or perhaps Thuban, the ancient pole star, and the southern shaft points directly toward Orion's belt, the constellation of Osiris." Lena traced the path of the southern shaft on her diagram. "Yes, the Orion link is undisputed. That's the path of the spirit, the Ba. But the big void is not the king's chamber," Aris countered. "It's the second sky, the hidden journey." What if its alignment is not with Khufu's ultimate destination, but with his moment of transformation? They realized they had to project the coordinates of the void itself onto the ancient Giza sky. The void was elevated above the king's chamber and followed the precise upward angle of the grand gallery. Using Lena's highly accurate structural models, they calculated the exact vector of the void's central axis, projecting it outward and upward into the night sky as it would have appeared around 2560 BCE, the time of Khufu's reign. The calculation took hours, cross-referencing precession models, the slow, gradual shift of the stars over millennia, with the fixed astronomical architecture of the pyramid. When the results stabilized, a stunning, almost unbelievable pattern emerged. "It's not Orion," Lena breathed, her voice a mix of awe and scientific astonishment. "It's Sirius, the star Sothis." Sirius, the brightest star in the night sky, held immense significance. Its annual reappearance just before dawn signaled the arrival of the life-giving Nile flood and marked the beginning of the Egyptian calendar. It was the star of the goddess Isis, often seen as the spiritual mother of the pharaoh. Aris felt a wave of profound certainty. The mother star, the star of rebirth. The meteoritic iron seal, the gift from the sky, was placed there to be unlocked only when Khufu's star of rebirth reached a certain, ritually powerful position relative to the pyramid. They refined their models, searching for the precise moment when the void's axis aligned perfectly with the star Sirius. Given the pyramid's slight deviation from true north and the atmospheric refraction that ancient builders accounted for, the alignment was fleeting, occurring only once every few thousand years and only for a brief period in the calendar. Lena found the moment. During the annual heliacal rising of Sirius, a time already saturated with ritualistic power. But there was a further complication. The alignment was only perfect if observed from a specific vantage point within the pyramid, or if a ritualistic event occurred at a specific time in a specific location. "The seal is 3 feet thick," Lena pointed out, frustration creeping into her voice. "An astronomical alignment alone isn't going to make a massive iron-nickel block vanish. There must be a physical mechanism tied to the celestial event, something within the stone." Aris, staring at the star charts, remembered the cryptic inscription, "The shelter of the forgotten star." He turned his attention to the king's chamber directly above the void complex. He began to wonder if the iron seal was less a door and more a massive key, or perhaps a component of an ancient power mechanism. The king's chamber, he recalled, contained an anomaly long discussed by fringe theorists. The sarcophagus, made of a single block of resonant red granite, was slightly too large to have been moved down the passages after the chamber was built. It must have been built around the sarcophagus. "The granite sarcophagus," Aris mused aloud. "It's the heart of the chamber, the vessel of the newly transformed spirit. What if the iron seal and the granite sarcophagus were intended to interact? The iron is a celestial conductor, the granite a terrestrial resonator." Lena looked doubtful. "A sound-based key. That's quite a leap, Aris. But consistent with the complexity of Himiunu's mind," Aris insisted. "The pharaoh's death ceremony was filled with chanting, drumming, and ritual sounds. What if the precise frequency generated at the exact moment of the Sirius alignment was intended to create a subtle, almost undetectable vibration in the sarcophagus, which, in turn, would act upon the highly conductive meteoritic iron seal?" The idea was outlandish, yet it fit the pattern of profound, symbolic engineering. The Great Pyramid was not static. It was a calibrated instrument, a monumental clock. The iron seal was the trigger, Sirius was the time, and the sarcophagus was the key. They began designing an experiment to test the theory, a complex vibration test that would require them to simulate the ancient ritual sounds and the exact temperature and atmospheric conditions within the king's chamber. They knew the world wouldn't wait forever, and soon, the political pressure for an intrusive entry would become irresistible. Their final hope lay in proving that the big void was meant to be opened by the music of the spheres, not by brute force. Chapter 6. The Resonant Frequency. The task ahead was Herculean and deeply unconventional. To acoustically unlock a massive iron door sealed over 4,000 years ago. Aris and Lena's hypothesis centered on the idea that the red granite sarcophagus in the king's chamber was not just a container, but a precisely tuned resonator. The iron seal, being highly sensitive to vibration, might be keyed to a specific frequency. The challenge was replicating the precise sounds and energies of a 4th dynasty funerary rite. They consulted with Dr. Amira Hassan, an ethnomusicologist specializing in ancient Egyptian ritual acoustics. Amira arrived at the Giza camp with an array of carefully reconstructed ancient instruments, copper sistrums, deep bullhide drums, and reed flutes, all crafted based on tomb paintings and archaeological finds. The resonance of the king's chamber is legendary, Amira explained, her voice echoing slightly in the sterile environment of their temporary laboratory. The granite walls amplify certain tones. Funerary hymns weren't just spoken. They were sung, chanted, and struck at specific, powerful intervals to facilitate the Ba's journey. Lena's role was to find the mathematical relationship between the sarcophagus and the void. She measured the precise internal dimensions of the granite sarcophagus. The block was roughly 6 feet, 6 inches long, 3 feet wide, and 3 feet, 5 inches tall. She calculated its theoretical natural resonant frequency, the frequency at which it would vibrate most strongly. Using a laser vibrometer, they began testing. They set up sophisticated sensors inside the king's chamber, aimed at the sarcophagus and, crucially, down the grand gallery toward the iron seal, which was now confirmed to be approximately 100 feet away, behind the limestone ceiling. Amira began the test, starting with a low, humming chant based on the vowel sounds of the pharaoh's name. The sound was deep, almost subsonic, filling the king's chamber with a profound, vibrating pressure. As the chant deepened, Lena watched the screens. The vibrometer registered minute movements on the sarcophagus's granite surface. At a frequency near 40 hertz, the entire massive block began to subtly resonate, turning the chamber itself into a giant, low-frequency speaker. 40.5 hertz, Lena announced, her voice quiet with intense focus. That's the fundamental natural frequency of the sarcophagus. Aris, standing near the entry to the king's chamber, felt the air thrumming against his chest. It was an ancient, primal sound, the very sound of the stone awakening. Now came the delicate part, transmitting that precise energy to the iron seal without causing structural damage to the intervening masonry. They couldn't simply blast the sound, it had to be targeted. Lena recalled the 5-layer gap between the grand gallery ceiling and the void floor. The gap isn't just symbolic, she realized. It's an acoustic dampener. Himiunu built the gap to filter out all random noise, ensuring that only the precise, powerful frequency from the king's chamber could penetrate and interact with the iron. The next phase involved generating the frequency at the exact moment of the calculated Syrian alignment. Since they couldn't wait thousands of years, they had to recreate the energy of that moment. They hypothesized that the alignment was the celestial ignition, the time when the spiritual energy of the universe was maximized to allow the iron seal to be unlocked. Amira intensified the acoustic output, focusing the 40.5 Hz signal using directional sound emitters placed strategically around the sarcophagus. The goal was to sustain the precise frequency, creating a continuous, focused vibration that would travel through the granite, through the 5 layers of dampening limestone, and finally resonate with the 3-foot-thick iron seal. Hours passed. The sustained, deep humming was almost hypnotic, a constant physical presence in the pyramid's heart. Aris sat on the cold floor of the chamber, trying to imagine the original ceremony, the hundreds of priests, the power of their belief concentrated into this single transformative sound. Suddenly, a flicker appeared on one of the seismic monitors, the one focused on the location of the iron seal. It wasn't the 40.5 Hz signal they were emitting. It was a secondary, much higher frequency, a tiny ripple of energy. "There's an echo," Lena said, her eyes glued to the trace. A harmonic resonance at approximately 3,000 Hz. It's localized to the seal area. The iron is reacting. The high-frequency ripple suggested that the meteoritic iron wasn't just vibrating. It was generating its own subtle tone in response to the massive input. It was as if the ancient key was beginning to turn in the celestial lock. Aris leaned forward, his heart pounding a rhythm separate from the deep hum. "What does it mean?" "I don't know," Lena admitted, pushing a strand of hair back from her sweaty forehead. "But it's not structural failure. It's a patterned response. Keep the frequency steady, Amira." The high-pitched harmonic continued for another agonizing minute, and then, as suddenly as it appeared, it ceased. All the sensors returned to monitoring the constant 40.5 Hz input. The seal was silent once more. Then, from the direction of the Grand Gallery, a sound unlike any other echoed through the stone passages. A deep metallic clunk, followed by a soft, rushing displacement of air, like an ancient, powerful breath being released. It wasn't loud enough to be an explosion, but it was definitive, undeniable, a movement in the stone that hadn't occurred for millennia. Lena's eyes widened as the seismic monitor registered a sharp, massive shift in the distribution of mass. "The iron seal moved," she whispered, her voice trembling. I think it's open." The silent, echoing passages of the Great Pyramid suddenly felt immense, no longer silent but filled with the profound silence of revelation. The celestial lock, turned by the music of the spheres, had yielded. The iron seal, placed by the architect Himiunu to protect Khufu's final secret, had unlocked, and the big void, the second sky, was finally accessible after 4,500 years. Chapter 7. First Light into the Void. The metallic clunk and the subsequent whoosh of ancient air were not violent, but they were certainly definitive. Aris and Lena rushed out of the king's chamber and down the steep incline of the Grand Gallery, their heartbeats thundering in the silence. They reached the spot where the muon scans indicated the iron seal was located, high above their heads in the ceiling. Their immediate priority was not entry, but confirmation. Had the 3-foot-thick block of meteoritic iron truly moved? And if so, how? Using a powerful, focused spotlight, Aris illuminated the smooth, corbelled ceiling where the iron was known to be hidden. The light revealed a hairline fracture, a fresh seam in the centuries-old dust and stone. The line, impossibly straight, ran horizontally across the ceiling for nearly 3 feet, precisely matching the theoretical width of the iron seal. Lena quickly deployed a miniature, heat-sensitive micro-camera designed for navigating narrow crevices. She carefully fed the thin, flexible probe into the narrow gap. The camera snaked its way past the inner edge of the visible limestone ceiling. The monitor Aris held immediately filled with static, then resolved into an image of dark, rough-hewn metal. "It's open," Lena whispered, her voice tight with disbelief and awe. "It hasn't dropped away, it's retracted. It's an astronomical slide mechanism. The image showed the edge of the massive iron block. It hadn't fallen. It had slid laterally, horizontally, perhaps only a few inches, creating a narrow but clear channel into the space above. The ancient architect, Himiunu, hadn't created a conventional door but a precisely balanced counterweight system, activated by the resonant frequency, allowing the iron mass to shift just enough to expose the entry. The camera continued to advance. The view became a black void, utterly lightless. Lena activated the camera's high-sensitivity infrared sensor. The image sharpened, showing the ceiling and floor of the long-sought chamber. The space was immense, just as their muon data had predicted, nearly 90 feet long and about 20 feet high. And remarkably, it appeared empty, utterly empty, save for one thing. "Stop the camera, Lena," Aris instructed, his voice low and commanding. "Hold it steady." The camera was positioned just inside the opening, looking straight ahead down the central axis of the massive, empty chamber. The walls, the floor, the ceiling, all were smooth, dark stone, suggesting a polished finish, reflecting the light only dimly. It wasn't the rough construction of a relieving chamber. It was built space. And exactly halfway down the long axis of the floor, suspended seemingly in the air, was a single small object. "My God," Lena breathed, her scientific detachment finally cracking. The object was rectangular, perfectly geometrical, and appeared to be glowing faintly with an internal cool blue light in the infrared spectrum. It was far too small to explain the chamber's vast size, yet its presence dominated the void. It wasn't gold, granite, or wood. It looked almost synthetic, yet utterly ancient. Aris zoomed the camera's lens, trying to gain a better look at the single, isolated artifact. The image was grainy, distorted by the narrow aperture and the distance, but the blue glow was unmistakable. "It's a chest," Aris surmised, straining to see. "Small, no larger than 1.5 feet wide, and it appears to be levitating or resting on a support we can't see in the dark." The true wonder of the moment was the silence surrounding the object. There was no ancient dust on the floor, no debris, no signs of intrusion. This chamber had remained hermetically sealed and untouched since the time of Khufu. The air that rushed out earlier had been 4,500 years old. The ethical and legal constraints of the discovery immediately weighed on Aris. They could not widen the opening. They could not send a person in. They could only observe and document. This was only the first light into the void. They spent the next 8 hours slowly and meticulously maneuvering the micro-camera, capturing high-definition images and thermal scans of the interior. The polished walls were inscribed with faint, intricate hieroglyphs, seemingly invisible to the naked eye but picked up clearly by the camera's specialized sensors. The floor, too, appeared to be composed of large, highly polished stone slabs, unmarked save for the placement of the glowing chest. The chamber's emptiness only heightened the mystery of the small object. Why build a 90-foot-long, 20-foot-high hidden vault to house a small, singular artifact? The chamber was not a treasury. It was a reliquary, a container built to give context and immense significance to the one thing held within it. As the sun rose over the Giza plateau, casting long, sharp shadows, Aris and Lena were still hunched over their monitors in the depths of the pyramid, studying the grainy, mesmerizing image of the isolated, glowing box. The blue light pulsed rhythmically, a slow, gentle heartbeat in the deep silence of the pyramid's heart. "It wasn't built for a sarcophagus," Aris whispered, his voice hoarse from hours of tension. "It was built for this. The key, the celestial alignment, the iron seal, all of it was to protect that one small object." The next step was clear. They had to translate the newly discovered hieroglyphs on the walls to understand the context of the glowing chest, to learn why Khufu and Himiunu had gone to such impossible lengths to protect the strange, small box that now pulsed with its own silent light in the vast, hidden space of the big void. Chapter 8. The Language of the Hidden Walls. With the knowledge that the vast void contained only a single, small, glowing chest, Aris and Lena immediately shifted their focus to the hieroglyphs revealed by the camera's specialized sensors. The inscriptions were faint, almost carved with a spiritual delicacy rather than a mason's chisel, and covered the polished limestone walls of the chamber. Since they couldn't enter, they painstakingly pieced together the text from the micro-camera's high-resolution video feed, moving the probe slowly, centimeter by centimeter, across the ceiling and walls. Lena worked to stitch the fragmented images into a continuous, coherent mural, while Aris began the arduous task of translation. The language was archaic, even for the Fourth Dynasty, utilizing obscure religious terminology and pictorial metaphors that had been largely abandoned by the subsequent kingdoms. The text wasn't a historical account or a treasury inventory. It was a hymn, a cosmological description, and a set of profound instructions. The initial sections confirmed Aris's astronomical theories. The walls spoke of the chamber as the SFINKS, which Aris translated loosely as the first space. The original chamber, a place preceding the king's chamber itself. It reaffirmed its connection to Sirius and the concept of Zep Tepi, the mythological first time of creation where order emerged from chaos. This chamber isn't for Khufu's physical spirit, Aris explained to Lena, pointing to a rendered section of the text that referenced the concept of Ka, the life force, and Ak, the perfected eternal spirit. The king's chamber is for the Ba, the soul's ability to travel. This space, the SFINKS, is designed to house something that facilitates the final transformation into the Ak. It's a mechanism for ultimate apotheosis. The core of the inscription focused on the small, glowing chest. The text referred to it only by metaphor, calling it the heart of the sun, the tear of Osiris, and most intriguingly, the container of the Great Whisper. One passage, which Aris translated with halting reverence, described the chest's purpose. And within the tear of Osiris resides the truth of the two lands, the memory before the sun was split. It draws the light of the sky star, Sirius, and returns the whisper. For only that which is not heavy of body, yet heavy of meaning, may travel the true road of the Ak. The most crucial and chilling section of the text was a stark warning and a specific instruction, written right above the location of the iron seal. When the iron is shifted by the sound of the star, let not the eye of the living look upon the whisper, nor the hand of flesh touch the tear of Osiris. For the whisper speaks the memory of the beginning, and the beginning is too vast for the new age. Only the instrument of metal and the ear of the far future may approach the light. This instruction directly addressed their current method. The ancient builders, Himiunu, had foreseen that a future civilization, perhaps ours, would find a way to penetrate the seal. They had specifically warned against physical contact and visual observation, but sanctioned the use of a metal instrument, a clear endorsement of their camera probe. They were being told they could listen but not look and definitely not touch. They knew, Lena murmured, the gravity of the ancient wisdom settling upon her. They built a massive, secret chamber and inscribed it with instructions for the people who would open it 4,000 years later. They told us to send in a robot, not a person. The instruction to avoid looking was particularly mysterious, suggesting the glow of the box was not merely light, but perhaps a form of energy or data that was dangerous to the human mind or spirit. Aris now understood why the chest was small and why the chamber was vast and empty. The chamber was a Faraday cage of massive stone, a pristine, isolated environment designed to contain the subtle energy of the artifact. The sheer size of the room was to ensure that the chest remained the absolute, undisputed focal point, isolated from any other influence. "The Great Whisper," Aris repeated, staring at the grainy image of the blue glow. "It sounds like a form of communication, a vast, silent memory." If the SHATEP is the transformation chamber, perhaps the box doesn't contain gold or scrolls, but a resonant frequency, a wave pattern, or even a form of consciousness that could accelerate the pharaoh's spiritual journey. They had the name and the warning. The next logical step was to equip their instrument of metal with the right tools to obey the ancient instruction. A precise, low-light spectrum analyzer to determine the nature of the blue glow, and a highly sensitive microphone designed to capture sounds far outside the normal human hearing range, to listen for the whisper. They were standing on the threshold of an immense secret, one that transcended the history of a single pharaoh and touched upon the fundamental nature of existence as perceived by the world's first great civilization. The silent blue light beckoned them forward, an echo from the dawn of time, waiting for the ear of the far future to listen. Chapter 9. The Blue Light and the Ultrasonics. Aris and Lena immediately set about modifying their microprobe, following the ancient instruction to send in only the instrument of metal. They focused on equipping the small camera with non-contact sensory analysis tools. The primary goal was to understand the nature of the heart of the sun, the glowing chest, and to capture the Great Whisper. First, Lena attached a miniature broad-spectrum spectrometer to analyze the blue light emanating from the chest. This instrument could tell them the light's exact wavelength, intensity, and origin. Was it a chemical reaction, a phosphorescent mineral, or something else entirely? Second, Aris insisted on adding a highly specialized ultrasonic microphone, capable of recording frequencies far above the range of human hearing, potentially up to 100 kilohertz. If the whisper was a memory too vast for the new age, it might be communicated not as sound, but as an energetic data stream encoded in non-audible frequencies. The next insertion of the camera was slow, methodical, and tense. The opening created by the retracted iron seal was only a narrow slit, and the risk of snagging the sophisticated equipment was high. After nearly an hour of careful maneuvering through the granite crack, the microprobe emerged into the cold, pristine silence of the big void. Lena guided the probe to within a few feet of the glowing chest, which rested on a low, black stone pedestal, almost invisible against the polished floor. The chest itself was a seamless rectangle, about 18 inches long, made of a material that looked like obsidian but seemed to absorb and re-emit light in a strangely controlled manner. The blue light wasn't a glow, but a slow, rhythmic pulse emanating from the entire surface of the box. Lena activated the spectrometer. The data immediately flooded the monitors outside the pyramid. "Aris, look at this," Lena exclaimed, pointing to the screen. "The light, it's almost perfectly monochromatic. We're getting a primary peak at 470 nanometers. Pure blue." Aris studied the graph, his brow furrowed. "That wavelength is consistent with high-energy emissions, but there's no corresponding heat signature. The thermal scanner shows the chest is actually 2 degrees Celsius cooler than the ambient temperature of the chamber." The chest was radiating light without heat, a massive violation of typical physics for a naturally or chemically produced light source. It suggested an extremely controlled, almost quantum-level energy release. "It's cold light," Aris realized, awestruck. It's not burning, it's communicating. This isn't just an artifact, Lena. It's a preserved piece of technology or a completely unknown mineral energy source. Then they activated the ultrasonic microphone. For a few seconds, there was only the expected high-frequency background noise. Then the spectrum analyzer on the ultrasound monitor registered a dense burst of energy. It wasn't a steady tone. It was an incredibly complex, rapid sequence of pulses, clustered primarily around 65 kilohertz. "There it is," Aris whispered, leaning close to the speaker, which was processing the ultrasonic pulses into a slowed-down, audible form. The sound that emerged was unlike anything either of them had ever heard. It wasn't human language, nor was it the sound of nature. It was a rapid, complicated, rhythmic clicking and warbling like a coded burst of data mixed with a kind of deep, vibrational hum. It sounded like an enormous, ancient machine suddenly booting up after millennia of sleep. It was the Great Whisper. Lena recorded the raw data. That pattern it's structured. It has repetition, syntax. It's too complex to be random radiation. It's information. Aris, drawing upon his years of linguistic study, tried to find any recognizable pattern. It's not language, Lena. It's information density. It reminds me of the most complex mathematical equations rendered as sound waves, almost like a massive, continuous stream of binary code, but based on a much higher dimensional logic. The realization hit them both simultaneously. The glowing chest was not merely storing data, it was transmitting it. The chamber was a massive antenna, designed to receive the Sirius energy and then transmit the stored information into the void, presumably to facilitate Khufu's ascent into the Ak. But why the instruction to not look? As they watched the cold blue light pulse in perfect synchronization with the rhythmic ultrasonic clicks, Aris formulated a chilling hypothesis. "The blue light isn't just light," he said slowly, his voice laced with concern. "And the whisper isn't just sound. They are both two sides of the same information packet. The blue light is the visual spectrum output of the memory, and the ultrasonic pulse is the oral data stream. Himiunu warned us against looking because the visual information, the memory of the beginning, might be too conceptually vast or alien for the human mind to process safely." They realized the immense ethical dilemma facing them. They had intercepted a cosmic message, a secret deliberately protected from mankind for over 4 millennia. They had obeyed the ancient warning by using an instrument of metal, but now they possessed the raw data of the Great Whisper. The next chapter would not be about discovery, but about interpretation. They had to find the key to translate the highly structured ultrasonic data, to unravel the logic of the beginning, and to understand the truth of Khufu's ultimate, hidden ambition. They had recorded the whisper, but the greatest mystery, what the whisper said, still remained locked within the rapid, rhythmic, incomprehensible clicks of the small blue box. Chapter 10. Deciphering the vast memory, the raw data of the Great Whisper, was now secured, encoded in gigabytes of ultrasonic data. Aris and Lena were back in the lab, their minds reeling from the discovery of what appeared to be an impossibly complex, structured data stream radiating from the cold, blue chest. The mystery had evolved from architecture to information theory. They brought in Dr. Yua Rostova, a specialist in synthetic linguistics and ancient code breaking, renowned for her work on pre-Sanskrit language structures. Yua was initially skeptical, but the undeniable mathematical structure of the 65 kHz signal quickly dismantled her doubt. "This isn't noise, Dr. Thorne," Yua said, staring at the visualized data which looked like an alien musical score. "It's communication, but its syntax is non-linear. Human language relies on sequences, subject, verb, object. This This is cyclical, more like a three-dimensional fractal that repeats and expands simultaneously. Aris remembered the wall inscription, the memory of the beginning. He suggested they look for patterns related to the ancient Egyptian cosmological model, the concept of a cyclical universe where creation was not a single event, but a constant return to the original state. If the language is based on cosmology, Aris proposed, then the fundamental repeating units might correspond to cosmic constants. The cycle of Sirius, the ratio of the cubit, or perhaps the ratio of the pyramid's dimensions. Lena quickly ran the data through a pattern matching algorithm, looking for units of repetition based on the numerical constants Himiunu likely used. They found nothing. The pattern was far more complex, defying terrestrial mathematics. Yua, however, had noticed something subtle within the ultrasonic bursts. The clicks weren't uniform. They had minute variations in amplitude and duration, almost like a massive, coded rhythm. She isolated a single, repetitive sequence of 27 clicks. The unit of communication isn't the single click, Yua announced, her voice strained with excitement. It's the relationship between the clicks within this sequence of 27. And the most compelling thing is this. The sequence always begins and ends with a burst of static energy, almost like a cosmic signature. Aris, deep in thought, remembered another obscure text that fascinated him, the so-called Tablet of Imhotep, which contained cryptic drawings related to the nature of the pharaoh's Ka. The drawing depicted three intertwined circles, often interpreted as the past, present, and future, collapsing into a single point, the moment of Zep Tepi the first time. The three dimensions of time collapsed, Aris murmured. What if the 27 clicks aren't a word but a description of a moment? 3 cycles of 9, the divine number of the Ennead, the 9 original gods of creation. They instructed the computer to analyze the 27-click sequence as 3 distinct, interlacing patterns of 9, representing past, present, and future timeframes simultaneously. The computer program churned for 24 agonizing hours. When the results flashed on the screen, the team was stunned into silence. The ultrasonic data, when organized into 3 9-unit cycles, resolved into 3 distinct detailed topographical maps. The first map was astonishingly accurate. It was a perfect, 3-dimensional topographical rendering of the Giza Plateau, the Nile River, and the surrounding desert, exactly as they existed today. The second map was far more alien. It was a dynamic, moving map of the constellations, showing the precise orbital paths and star positions of the sky 4,500 years ago, centered on the heliacal rising of Sirius. But it was the third map that sent a chill through the room. It was a projection of the Great Pyramid itself, but rendered entirely in 3-dimensional sound waves. It showed the entire interior structure, the passages, the chambers, but with a fourth, unknown chamber, equally vast and hidden, located deep beneath the existing foundation. The whisper isn't a memory of the past, Lena whispered, her voice barely audible. It's a set of coordinates. It's a map to the beginning, to Khufu's ultimate hidden architectural plan. The 3 maps together, the present physical location, the ancient cosmic alignment, and the revealed hidden architecture, formed a complete encoded message. The memory of the beginning was the original true plan of the pyramid, including a vast, hidden chamber deep in the bedrock, a twin to the big void above. The inscription's warning now made agonizing sense. The visual representation might have shown the human mind something conceptually impossible, the sound map of the pyramid's invisible structure. By only listening, they had been given the key to the second, deeper secret. The mission was no longer simply about the big void. It was about the complete, interconnected system Himiunu had built, the big void above, and now, the promise of an even larger, more profound chamber below, a chamber that truly contained the secrets of Zep Tepi. Aris looked at Yua and Lena, the realization dawning on all of them. "The whisper didn't tell us what's in the box," he said, his voice slow and heavy. "The box is the key. It's a map maker constantly broadcasting the secret location of the second hidden chamber, the one that actually contains the truth." Their work had just begun. They now possessed the knowledge of a hidden twin chamber, a geological secret buried deep beneath Khufu's feet, and the cosmic coordinates to locate it. The next step was deploying a new ground-penetrating system to confirm the Whisper's final map, to find the twin chamber that had slept beneath the pyramid's shadow for millennia. Chapter 11: The Subterranean Twin. The information contained within the Great Whisper was staggering. The data stream had resolved into a clear, three-part map, revealing not just the contemporary state of the Giza Plateau and the ancient sky, but the complete, concealed architectural plan of the pyramid. A twin chamber, vast and equally secret, lying deep beneath the base. Aris and Lena dubbed this potential subterranean space the Sunken Vault. The location indicated by the Whisper's map was specific. Approximately 500 feet directly beneath the pyramid's center, and slightly to the west of the original bedrock foundation. This depth placed it far below the water table, suggesting a colossal construction effort that dwarfed even the existing pyramid. The political sensitivity around any invasive investigation beneath the pyramid was infinitely greater than that involving the Big Void. They could not use seismic testing or conventional deep drilling without risking the integrity of the entire structure. They needed a non-destructive method capable of peering through hundreds of feet of solid limestone and granite bedrock. Lena proposed utilizing a state-of-the-art technique known as gravimetry and electrical resistivity tomography, or the ETR in short. Gravimetry measures minute variations in the Earth's gravitational field. A massive void, or a change in the density of material like a chamber filled with air or a lighter material, would create a measurable, tiny dip in the gravitational pull at the surface. ERT, on the other hand, measures the electrical resistance of the ground, where voids or different materials show up as anomalies in conductivity. Deploying the equipment was a monumental task. The team carefully placed the gravimeters and ERT electrodes in a precise grid pattern around the base of the pyramid, ensuring the readings were not contaminated by nearby structures. For 3 weeks, they meticulously collected data, battling the relentless sun and the fine, pervasive desert dust. The initial gravimetric readings were subtle, requiring filtering out natural geological variations, but the anomaly soon became undeniable. At the exact coordinates provided by the Whisper's map, there was a measurable decrease in gravitational acceleration. The stone beneath was less dense, consistent with a large, hollow space. The ERT survey provided the necessary cross-verification. Electrical signals sent deep into the bedrock confirmed a massive, high-resistivity zone, a space that poorly conducted electricity, indicating a large air-filled cavity or a chamber constructed of materials drastically different from the dense, saturated bedrock. The Whisper was correct. Lena announced late one night, her voice hushed with a feeling of profound unreality. The anomaly begins at 492 feet below the base and extends for almost 150 feet in length. It's significantly larger than the Big Void. The sunken vault was real, a secret twice as deep, and perhaps twice as large as the chamber they had just discovered within the superstructure. It confirmed that Khufu's pyramid was not a simple structure, but a three-part cosmological machine. The terrestrial chamber, also called the King's Chamber, the Celestial Ascension Chamber, and now the Chthonic or Underworld Chamber. Aris, poring over the newly rendered three-dimensional model of the subterranean anomaly, felt the immense weight of Himiunu's genius. The architect hadn't just built up, he had built down, linking the pharaoh's spiritual journey to all three realms of the Egyptian cosmos: the sky, the earth, and the hidden underworld. The inscription called the chest the Tear of Osiris, and the memory before the sun was split, Aris mused. Osiris is the god of the dead and the renewal of life, ruling the underworld. If the upper void was for the star of rebirth, Sirius, then the lower vault must be for the origin, the unformed chaos from which the world began. He began cross-referencing the location of the sunken vault with the few known geographical and geological records related to the Giza Plateau's foundation myth. He found an obscure passage in a funerary text that spoke of a Benbentep, a primeval mound, hidden beneath the earth, associated with the very first stone of creation. The sunken vault, he surmised, was not a tomb, but a repository for the Zep Tepi, the cosmic truth of the first time. If the blue chest in the upper void transmitted the map, what might be contained in a chamber 150 feet long, sealed in the deepest bedrock? The challenge of accessing the sunken vault was entirely different. Unlike the big void, where they were near existing passages, this chamber was encased in solid, virgin bedrock. Accessing it would require years of conventional drilling and tunneling, an impossible political and logistical hurdle. However, the Whisper's map had also indicated a subtle, almost invisible architectural feature. A small, descending shaft located near the base of the pyramid's original casing stones, a shaft that was too narrow to be noticed visually and too small to significantly affect their gravimetry or ERT readings. This shaft, according to the map, was the key to the underworld chamber, the secret access point. Lena calculated the trajectory. The shaft descends at a 47-degree angle, but then shifts to almost vertical. It seems to bypass all the known construction and head straight down, right toward the sunken vault. It's the architect's access tunnel, Aris stated with certainty. A single, narrow tube, sealed off and hidden by the final layer of casing stones. It's the umbilical cord connecting the surface world to the realm of Osiris. This shaft offered their only hope. If they could confirm its location using ground-penetrating radar on the outer casing stones, a relatively low-impact method, they could potentially send down a specialized, multi-stage probe to explore the depths. The ancient Egyptians had given them the map, and now they had found the hidden entrance. The Tear of Osiris had led them to the primal secret, and the journey into the profound silence of the deep earth was about to begin. They had the direction, but the tools for this next, much deeper plunge still needed to be adapted. The silence of the void above was now replaced by the pressure of the earth below. Chapter 12. Descent into the Shadow. With the sunken vault confirmed by gravimetry and ERT, and the Whisper's map revealing the existence of a concealed, narrow access shaft, Aris and Lena's attention turned to the immense logistical challenge of entering the subterranean realm. The shaft, estimated to be only 20 inches wide and nearly 500 feet deep, was far too small for human entry. The team designed and constructed a specialized, modular deep earth probe, which Lena affectionately nicknamed Osiris's Eye. The probe was built in 3 telescoping sections, equipped with powerful LED lights, ground-penetrating radar for localized scanning, sensitive environmental sensors, and a high-definition acoustic array designed to capture any sounds or vibrations emanating from the great depth. The first challenge was finding the entrance to the shaft itself. The map indicated its location was perfectly concealed by the final layer of the pyramid's limestone casing stones, which had long ago been stripped away by medieval builders, leaving only the rough, stepped core visible today. However, the first course of these casing stones, a massive row of blocks, often remains in place at the pyramid's base. Aris and Lena used a high-frequency ground-penetrating radar, or GPR unit, carefully scanning the remaining foundational course of the casing stones near the specified coordinates. The GPR revealed a subtle but distinct anomaly, a discontinuity in the bedrock interface, just behind where the original casing stone would have rested. It was a perfectly filled seam, sealed with a unique mortar that created a slightly different radar signature than the surrounding bedrock. After receiving necessary permissions, a team of specialized engineers carefully removed the overlying granite block. Beneath it, they found what appeared to be solid, polished limestone. But upon closer inspection, Aris detected a thin, almost invisible layer of a dense, resin-like material sealing a circular plug approximately 19 inches in diameter. "The seal isn't stone," Aris announced, gently brushing away the surface dust. "It's an organic compound, hardened over millennia. It's meant to be subtle, a kind of hidden cork." Once the resin was carefully dissolved, the plug, made of a dense, dark diorite, a stone often used for highly valued ancient Egyptian bowls, was extracted. Beneath it lay the mouth of the shaft, a perfectly circular black void descending into the earth. The ambient air that rushed out of the hole was not 4,500 years old, like the air from the big void, but carried the scent of deep earth, rock, and a faint metallic tang. The deployment of Osiris's Eye began under the intense desert sun. The modular probe, carefully lowered by a high-tension carbon fiber cable, began its long, silent descent. The first 300 feet were tedious, with the camera showing only smooth, damp, carved bedrock walls. The silence of the shaft was profound, broken only by the whir of the winch and the occasional clink as the probe passed a joint. At approximately 350 feet, the camera's image flickered. The smooth walls gave way to a rough, porous stone, and the temperature began to drop dramatically. The air pressure increased and the humidity soared. "We've reached the geological transition," Lena observed, her eyes glued to the depth counter. "This is where the bedrock ends and the massive granite shelf begins, the one indicated by the Whisper map." At 450 feet, the probe's laser altimeter indicated a change in gradient. The shaft flattened slightly, becoming a steep ramp, and then at 495 feet the probe swung free. It was no longer descending through a shaft. It was floating in an immense hollow space. The sight that greeted the team was breathtaking, far surpassing the quiet, empty mystery of the big void. The chamber was colossal, longer and wider than predicted, carved entirely out of the reddish-black granite shelf. The air was thick, still, and held a distinct chill. Unlike the polished, bright limestone of the upper void, the sunken vault was dark, oppressive, and utterly alien in atmosphere. The chamber was not empty. In the center of the vast granite hall, resting on a pedestal carved from the living rock, was not one object but an arrangement of 3 identical, small obsidian chests, precisely mirroring the one in the big void. But these chests did not glow blue. They emitted a low, continuous, heavy red pulse. Surrounding the chests, spaced in a perfect circle, were 12 monolithic, roughly hewn stones. These stones were not local granite. They appeared to be basalt, a dense, dark volcanic rock. Each monolith was inscribed with a single, massive hieroglyphic symbol that Aris immediately recognized as an archaic representation of the 12 nocturnal hours of the sun's journey through the underworld, the Duat. The air in the chamber was visibly shimmering near the chests, and the probe's sensors detected extremely high levels of static electricity. The acoustic array, silent in the shaft, suddenly burst to life with a low, primal sound. It was not the organized data stream of the Great Whisper, but a low, sustained groan, an almost mournful frequency that vibrated through the granite. The sound, it's almost infrasound, Aris said, adjusting the filters. Below 20 hertz. It's the natural resonance of the deep earth, amplified by the granite chamber. It's the groan of the underworld itself. Lena's environmental sensors detected a spike in one specific reading. High concentrations of argon and helium isotopes, gases usually trapped deep within the Earth's crust. The chamber isn't just a vault, Lena said, her voice filled with wonder and fear. It's an energy conduit. The chests, the basalt monoliths, the granite hall. They're capturing and concentrating the natural, primal energy of the Earth's core. This is where Khufu intended to anchor his spiritual power before his final ascent. The sunken vault was the terrestrial core of Khufu's grand machine. It was a space designed to channel and contain the raw, magnetic energy of the deep Earth. The 3 red chests pulsed with an intensity that promised a revelation far more fundamental than the blue light of the upper void. They had descended into the shadow, and the shadow was vibrating with a silent, terrifying power. The next step was to analyze the red chests and decipher the purpose of the surrounding basalt circle, the final key to Khufu's complete cosmological plan. Chapter 13. The Resonance of the Underworld. The sunken vault presented an entirely new, more elemental mystery. While the big void contained a single, cool blue, information-transmitting chest associated with the celestial rebirth, the lower chamber held 3 identical chests, pulsing with a heavy, magnetic red light, surrounded by 12 colossal basalt monoliths. This was the chthonic power source, the grounding anchor for Khufu's transition. Aris and Lena focused the Osiris's Eye probe on the 3 red chests and the surrounding megaliths. The challenge was interpreting the immense electromagnetic field emanating from the area. The air was thick with static, and the probe's sensors registered extremely high magnetic flux lines converging on the chests. The 3 chests are not transmitting data like the blue one, Lena observed, reviewing the magnetometer readings. They are acting as accumulators. They are absorbing and concentrating the geomagnetic energy of the Earth, the magnetic field. The red light was not monochromatic like the blue light. The spectrometer revealed a broad, low-energy spectrum, peaking strongly in the infrared range. It was heat, but generated from a non-chemical, non-nuclear source, pure energy conversion. The chests were converting the Earth's deep, low-frequency electromagnetic fields into raw, tangible energy. Aris noted the triple symmetry. 3 chests, 3 centers of the Duat, the Egyptian underworld. The triple nature of the soul was paramount in their funerary rites. The Ka, the Ba, and the Ak. These chests are collecting the fundamental life force, or Kai, from the Earth's heart, channeling it up to the surface. He then directed the probe's attention to the 12 basalt monoliths surrounding the chests. The basalt, being volcanic rock, was naturally high in magnetic iron and known for its resonant properties. Each monolith stood nearly 12 feet tall and was roughly shaped, suggesting they were intended to be resonators or antennae. The large hieroglyphs carved into the basalt, one for each of the 12 nocturnal hours, were not just decorative. They represented the stages of the sun god Ra's journey through the underworld, where he fought chaos and emerged renewed at dawn. The monoliths are tuning the energy, Aris hypothesized, staring at the chaotic patterns on the magnetic field map. Each one is resonating at a specific ultra-low frequency, dividing the Earth's raw power into 12 distinct energy channels, corresponding to the 12 stages of the sun's rebirth. Lena utilized the acoustic array to capture the low, primal groaning they had heard upon entry. When they filtered out the ambient infrasound, they isolated 12 distinct, incredibly slow-moving acoustic waves, each cycling at a different sub-20 Hz frequency. The 12 acoustic waves correspond exactly to the 12 basalt monoliths, Lena confirmed, cross-referencing the frequency data with the monolith's positions. And those 12 frequencies, when mathematically combined, create a massive, singular low-frequency hum right here. She pointed to the spot directly beneath the 3 red chests. The sound of the underworld is not random. It's a controlled, 12-part harmony. Aris was staggered by the engineering feat. The chamber is an enormous, self-sustaining tuning fork. The basalt monoliths catch the Earth's energy and acoustic vibrations, tune them to the 12 hours of the duet, and then feed that concentrated energy into the 3 red chests. But the biggest question remained. What did the 3 chests do with the energy? A complex analysis of the 3 chests showed that they were not static accumulators. They pulsed with a rhythmic, alternating sequence. The first chest would pulse red, followed by the second, and then the third in a continuous heavy sequence. Ristova, monitoring the data remotely, provided the breakthrough. The pulsation sequence of the 3 red chests is identical, mathematically, to the structure of the static energy burst at the beginning and end of the Great Whisper signal from the blue chest upstairs. The connection was irrefutable. The red chests in the sunken vault were generating the high-energy pulse required to power the blue chest in the big void. The sunken vault is the battery, Aris realized, the entire, vast, interconnected structure suddenly making complete sense. The 3 red chests channel the Earth's Ka and pulse it up through the entire structure of the pyramid, using the granite and limestone as a massive, subtle conduit. That energy pulse powers the single blue chest, the Whisper, which then acts as a cosmic beacon, transmitting the final map and the signal to the Star of Rebirth. The pyramid was a monumental, self-powered, 4-dimensional machine, designed to capture the primal power of the Earth below and convert it into the celestial data stream required for the pharaoh's spiritual ascent above. The sunken vault, with its heavy granite and its mesmerizing red light, was the source of Khufu's ultimate ambition. It was the physical anchor, the engine of the cosmological journey, a monument to the ancient Egyptian belief that life's greatest power lay not in the sky, but in the deep, silent heart of the Earth. They had found the power source, but the very nature of that power, the continuous primal energy being collected and channeled, raised profound questions about the stability of the entire system. The next step was determining the ultimate destination of that channeled energy, and whether the machine, still operating in the silence of the deep Earth, posed any long-term risk. Chapter 14. The Convergence of Power. The revelation that the sunken vault was the pyramid's colossal geomagnetic battery, and the big void its celestial transmitter, completed the vision of Khufu's grand spiritual machine. The next crucial phase of the investigation was to model the pathway of the channeled energy, to understand how the primal earth power ascended from the deep bedrock to the starry beacon. Aris and Lena integrated the data from both chambers. The 12 ultra-low frequency acoustic waves captured in the sunken vault, and the 65 kilohertz ultrasonic data stream from the big void. Dr. Ua Rostova was tasked with finding the mathematical link between these two wildly different forms of energy. The Earth power is frequency-based, Ua explained, pointing to the 12 sub-20 Hz sine waves on her monitor. The celestial broadcast is an information code, based on data bursts. There has to be a mechanism within the superstructure that converts the low, continuous energy into the high-frequency, complex signal. Aris, recalling the entire physical structure, focused on the central nexus of the pyramid, the king's chamber and the great gallery. The key is the great gallery itself, Aris proposed. It's the heart of the pyramid, the upward ramp of corbelled granite. It's perfectly positioned between the subterranean battery and the celestial transmitter. It acts as the colossal conductor, the step-up transformer. Lena ran a simulation of energy flow through the grand gallery's specific architecture. The Great Gallery's corbelled roof consists of 7 layers of overlapping stone on each side. When she input the 12 low-frequency acoustic waves into the model, the geometric structure of the gallery created a phenomenon known as constructive interference. The gallery is designed to resonate, Lena said, watching the simulated sound waves overlap. The waves reinforce each other as they climb the slope. The acoustic energy concentrates, rising from low-frequency sound to high-frequency vibration. The simulation showed that the 12 distinct Earth-based acoustic waves converged at the apex of the Grand Gallery, precisely beneath the Big Void, focusing into a single, high-energy vibrational node. Ua took the vibrational frequency of this convergence node and compared it to the pulse frequency of the 3 red chests below. They matched perfectly. The Grand Gallery wasn't just a passage. It was a massive acoustic amplifier, converting the Earth's low-frequency resonance into the high-energy pulse required to activate the iron-nickel seal and power the Blue Whisper chest. Khufu and Himiunu were manipulating fundamental physics, Aris marveled. Acoustic resonance acting on a highly conductive material, the meteoritic iron, to open a door, and then feeding that concentrated energy directly into the information core. They now understood the complete operational cycle: generation, the sunken vault and the 12 basalt monoliths collect and tune the Earth's geomagnetic and acoustic energy, or Ka; conversion, the 3 red chests pulse this energy into the pyramid's superstructure; amplification, the Great Gallery acts as a massive acoustic transformer, converting the low-frequency energy into a focused, high-energy vibrational pulse; transmission. This pulse opens the iron seal and powers the Blue Whisper chest in the Big Void, enabling the chest to transmit the celestial coordinates and final message to the Star of Rebirth. The pyramid was designed to be active, a kind of eternal, silent ritual perpetually moving energy from the deep earth to the high heavens, ensuring Khufu's spirit was continuously perfected. The most chilling realization, however, was that the system was still active. The red chests were still pulsing, the infrasound was still groaning, and the blue chest was still broadcasting the whisper. Aris pondered the warnings inscribed on the walls of the Big Void, the instruction to only observe with an instrument of metal, the whisper's data stream. The memory of the beginning represented a reality far too complex for the modern human mind to integrate. The system wasn't built to be discovered, but to be maintained in eternal secrecy. The team realized the profound responsibility that had been suddenly thrust upon them. They had opened the door to a machine that, if left alone, would continue its silent operation indefinitely. But now that its inner workings had been discovered, the pressure to exploit the incredible, clean energy source of the sunken vault would be immense. The Whisper's map, detailing the sunken vault, was not just a map to a hidden chamber. It was a map to an unlimited energy source. "We have to decide what to do with this knowledge," Aris said, turning away from the monitors, the gravity of the choice settling over them. "Do we seal the shaft in the void, preserving the mystery and the silence? Or do we reveal the engine and unleash the memory of the beginning on a world that Himiunu believed was too new for its truth?" The Great Pyramid, that ancient, silent sentinel, suddenly seemed less like a tomb and more like a carefully wound, incredibly powerful clock. They had found the pendulum and the spring, and now they had to decide whether to let the clock continue to tick in the dark, or bring its workings into the harsh, demanding light of the modern age. The final chapter lay not in discovery, but in the difficult, necessary transition back to calm reflection and ethical choice. Chapter 15. The Sleepy Conclusion. The convergence of power, the perfect, silent operation of Khufu's machine, left Aris and Lena facing the ultimate ethical dilemma. They possessed the key to both an ancient cosmic secret and a revolutionary, perpetual energy source derived from the Earth's own life force. The Great Pyramid, which had begun as a mystery, was now a monumental, functional testament to a forgotten science. The pressure from the political and scientific world to fully exploit the discovery was immense. Global news organizations, having followed the slow, tantalizing leaks about the muon void, now clamored for definitive proof of the sunken vault and its endless energy. There were voices urging immediate excavation, the retrieval of the 3 red chests, and the decoding of the blue whisper chest's vast, dangerous memory. But Aris and Lena remembered the ancient instructions. Himiunu, the architect, had encoded a final warning. The memory of the beginning was too vast for the new age. And the S-Hatep was meant for the ear of the far future, not the eye of the impatient present. The machine was designed for secrecy, for the singular purpose of one man's spiritual perfection, not for humanity's consumption. They held a final, quiet meeting within the king's chamber, the granite walls amplifying their hushed voices. Dr. Uaristova and Dr. Amira Hassan joined them, their faces illuminated only by the soft glow of their monitors. "We have seen the whole magnificent mechanism," Aris began, looking around the stark, silent room that was the terrestrial center of the entire design. From the Earth's heart to the star of rebirth, Khufu's ambition was not merely to be buried, but to become an eternal star, and he built the engine to do it. Lena adjusted her glasses, her voice firm. "If we reveal the sunken vault and its energy, it will unleash a geological and political firestorm. We have no idea what the long-term, focused extraction of the Earth's Ka will do. Himiunu's system is balanced. To take the battery and decode the memory is to dismantle the balance and expose the world to a truth it was never meant to hold." Amira agreed, recalling the terrifying purity of the concentrated resonance. "The sounds we captured are not for human hearing. They are the primal notes of existence. To unleash that in the modern soundscape is to unleash chaos." The decision was not about what they could do, but what they should do. They chose to honor the silence. They chose to uphold the ancient architect's mandate to preserve the secret. The greatest discovery, they realized, was the discipline to leave it undiscovered. Over the next few weeks, a carefully orchestrated cover-up began. The team released a measured, limited report confirming the existence of a void above the Grand Gallery, attributing it cautiously to a relieving chamber of unique design. Intended to reduce construction weight, a theory that satisfied the cautious archaeological community and dulled the media's sharper edge of speculation. They meticulously filtered their initial data, releasing only the basic muon scans, omitting the detailed geometry, the serious alignment, and the presence of the blue glowing chest. The deep access shaft leading to the sunken vault was resealed with a plug made of the same density and composition as the original diorite, and the entrance was once again concealed by the granite casing stone, leaving no trace of their deep descent. The iron seal in the Grand Gallery was left in its retracted position, allowing the Osiris's eye probe to be removed, but the team developed a low-frequency counter-resonance pulse, the reverse of the opening key, that they deployed to shift the massive iron block back into its sealed, permanent position, silencing the access once more. The raw data of the sunken vault's energy and the blue whisper chest's coded memory were not destroyed, but encrypted and placed into a secure archive, a sealed box of knowledge to be opened only by a future generation, one perhaps better equipped to handle the memory of the beginning. Aris Thorn stood one final time outside the Great Pyramid, just as the desert sun was setting, painting the colossal stones in shades of rose and amber. The pyramid was once again silent, a magnificent monolithic shadow against the sky. The machine still operated within, the red chests pulsing, the Grand Gallery humming its eternal song, the blue light broadcasting its secret to the stars. But the access was gone, the knowledge contained, the mystery restored. He took a deep breath of the cool, descending desert air, the fine dust settling on his worn jacket. The Great Pyramid had yielded its secret, but they had chosen to become its new, temporary guardians. Khufu's ultimate ambition, the true secret of the sunken vault and the whisper, had returned to the deep, comfortable silence from which it came. The ambient whisper had been heard, understood, and then with a quiet reverence allowed to fall back into its long, eternal slumber, awaiting a time that was truly far, far into the future. Chapter 1. The Sun-Drenched Silence. The air in the Valley of the Kings, or Biban el-Malak, does not simply feel hot. It feels ancient, thick with the weight of 4,000 years and the heat of a perpetual Egyptian sun. This is the great necropolis on the west bank of the Nile, a remote canyon where the greatest pharaohs of the New Kingdom chose to hide their eternal slumber. It is a place of inescapable, echoing silence, perfect for background listening, or for contemplating the deep mysteries that still cling to the baked rock. Our story begins not with a shovel or a grand discovery, but with a whisper, a recurring, unsettling rumor that travels along the valley floor, carried not by the wind, but by the nervous glances of the guards and the quiet, respectful murmurs of the archaeologists. This rumor concerns the unseen inhabitants of the valley, those who have never left. Dr. Elias Vance was not a man prone to whispers. He was a meticulous British Egyptologist, tall and slightly stooped, with the weary eyes of a man who spent more time in the past than the present. He arrived in the valley to oversee a new, non-invasive survey of the burial sites, armed with ground-penetrating radar and the pragmatic skepticism of the 21st century. He had little patience for talk of ghosts, but the atmosphere here was different. The silence was not empty. It was pressurized, like the stillness before a great storm. The sheer presence of the place, the towering cliffs, honeycombed with over 60 tombs, demanded a certain reverence, a quiet acknowledgement that one was merely a temporary visitor in a deeply permanent space. Elias had set up his temporary camp near the path leading to the tomb of Tutankhamun, the most famous resident of the valley. It was a strategic, if somewhat melancholic, location. The tomb had been opened in 2022, but its mystique, the famous curse, and the sheer volume of wealth it contained still cast a long shadow over the entire valley. His first week was dedicated to calibration. Day after day, under the merciless sun, Elias and his small Egyptian team deployed their instruments. The ground-penetrating radar was designed to detect hidden, intact tombs beneath the flood-deposited debris, searching for the burial sites of queens and princes whose names were lost to time. One evening, as the sun dipped behind the western ridge, painting the sky in fiery orange and deep violet, Elias was reviewing the day's data. A young site guard named Hamza brought him the customary evening tea, heavily sweetened and infused with mint. Hamza was normally jovial, but tonight his eyes were wide and troubled. "You look tired, Hamza," Elias noted, accepting the steaming glass. "It is not the sun, doctor," Hamza replied, his voice barely a breath. "It is the hour. When the shadow of the western cliff falls across the entrance to the great boy king's tomb, the air changes. The horses come out to ride." Elias frowned, setting his tea down. "The horses, you say? The tourists who took the carriage ride in Luxor?" Hamza shook his head slowly. "No, doctor. The horses of the pharaoh, Black Phantom, and the chariot is made of fire. I did not see them, praise God, but old Mustafa, he saw them many years ago when he was just a boy working the water cart. He saw the great pharaoh, dressed in gold, riding through the valley as if he still owned the night." Elias offered a polite, non-committal hum, mentally filing the account under local folklore. Yet the vividness of the description gave him pause. A pharaoh in full regalia, riding a fiery chariot with black phantom horses. It spoke less of a vengeful ghost and more of a powerful, eternal manifestation, a triumphant processional through a valley that had been designed for just such an eternal transit. He looked out at the valley. Now fully shrouded in deep twilight, the tombs were indistinguishable from the rock face. The silence had a new quality. It felt less like a vacuum and more like an intense listening. As Elias prepared to pack up his equipment for the night, a metallic flicker caught his eye near the spoil heap outside Tutankhamun's tomb. It was too late for visitors and too early for the next shift of guards. He dismissed it as a piece of discarded foil, but the movement had been definite, intentional. He grabbed his flashlight and walked toward the tomb entrance, his footsteps crunching loudly on the fine gravel. He swept the beam across the area. Nothing. But then, as he brought the light back toward the famous steps that led down into the tomb, he saw something else, something that chilled him more than the phantom horses. A shadow. A tall, thin shadow that lingered for a fraction of a second against the rock face near the sealed entrance. A shadow that seemed to belong not to a pharaoh, but to a man in a wide-brimmed hat, leaning slightly forward, as if forever peering into the dust. A shadow from the early 20th century, an echo of the man who had first broken the silence of the boy king's tomb. Howard Carter. Elias, the man of science, stood motionless, his heart hammering against his ribs. He had filed the story of the phantom pharaoh under folklore, but the shadow of the archaeologist, the ghost of a fellow seeker, felt too personal, too immediate to be easily dismissed. The Valley of the Kings was not just the resting place of kings. It was a silent theater for the restless echoes of both the ancient and the modern past. The stories were beginning to unfold, and Elias Vance was now inextricably part of them. Chapter 2. The Echo of the Spade. The shadow Elias Vance witnessed was fleeting, perhaps only a residual image left on his retina after the intense glare of the flashlight. Yet the distinct impression of a man in early 20th century clothing, the signature wide-brimmed hat, the angular silhouette, was vivid enough to keep him awake for most of the night, long after the desert chill had settled into the camp. It was a detail that defied his scientific skepticism more effectively than any tale of a fiery chariot. The pharaoh, Elias reasoned, represented the timeless power of the place, an eternal energy. But the shadow of Howard Carter, the man who had worked and wept and triumphed in this very spot almost 100 years ago, represented something much more intimate: the lingering presence of obsessive human effort. Carter had devoted 30 years of his life to finding Tutankhamun, dying financially and emotionally exhausted, his spirit perhaps too entangled with the valley to ever truly depart. Elias, determined to apply rigor to the spectral phenomena, decided to shift his equipment from searching for new tombs to observing the anomalies near Tutankhamun's entrance, the reported nexus of the hauntings. He set up a battery of sensitive instruments. First, an array of wide-spectrum motion detectors, capable of sensing any movement, regardless of speed or size, spread across the entrance area. Second, he deployed a series of highly sensitive magnetometers, designed to register minute fluctuations in the local electromagnetic field. A spectral manifestation, if it were some form of energy projection, would likely cause a brief, localized dip or spike in the ambient electromagnetic spectrum. Third, and perhaps most unconventionally, he installed a high-resolution thermal imaging camera focused on the tomb entrance and the nearby spoil heap. Thermal energy, or its absence, might betray the presence of a non-corporeal entity. It is only for calibration, Elias explained to Hamza the next morning, deliberately downplaying the true purpose of the equipment. We are monitoring the geothermal stability of the stone after the day's heat. Hamza simply nodded, his eyes reflecting a deep, knowing resignation that suggested he knew precisely what Elias was truly monitoring. The daytime passed slowly. The valley was filled with the sounds of respectful tourists and the low, incessant hum of the desert wind. Elias spent hours reviewing the magnetic field data from the previous night, looking for any trace of the shadow he had seen. Nothing. The electromagnetic field had been completely stable. As the sun began its inevitable descent, Elias retreated to the small, makeshift monitoring tent, waiting for the hour of change that Hamza had described, the moment the shadow of the cliff enveloped the tomb entrance. He watched the thermal camera feed. The ground, superheated by the sun, was slowly radiating its stored warmth. The rock face near the entrance was a mottled canvas of oranges and yellows. As the last sliver of sun vanished, the ambient temperature began its rapid drop. Elias was drinking his mint tea when the motion sensors went off, not with a jarring alarm, but with a subtle, internal light on the console. The area near the spoil heap, a pile of debris originally excavated and re-excavated by the successive teams, had registered movement. Elias immediately checked the thermal camera. The area was cooling down, transitioning from yellow to a deep, dark red. Yet in the precise spot where the motion sensor was triggered, there was a patch of intense, unexpected cold. Not just ambient cooling, but a localized drop of nearly 5 degrees Celsius below the surrounding rock temperature. The patch was human-sized and roughly man-shaped. A sudden energy drain, Elias murmured, leaning closer to the screen, his skepticism momentarily forgotten in the face of the inexplicable data. Something pulled massive thermal energy out of that spot almost instantly. He checked the magnetometers. The electromagnetic field had spiked briefly, a short, sharp burst of energy that lasted less than a second, centered exactly on the cold spot. Elias picked up his binoculars, peering into the dimming twilight. The cold patch was gone from the thermal screen almost as quickly as it appeared, dissipated into the cooling rock. But as he scanned the physical area, he saw it. A small, almost imperceptible plume of dust drifting down the slight slope of the spoil heap. It was a faint, sandy wisp, as if something heavy, like the toe of a boot or the tip of a cane, had momentarily dragged across the surface. This wasn't a spectral phenomenon of light or sound. It was an echo of physical presence, a temporary distortion of the energy field that had left a single-minute piece of physical evidence. Displaced dust. He felt a deep thrill, followed by a profound disquiet. The data suggested a localized, transient anomaly, a phantom presence that interacted with the physical environment just enough to draw energy from it and disturb the sand. It was the ghost of a man who still seemed to be working, forever walking the ground he had painstakingly trod in life, searching for the final missed detail. The ghost of Howard Carter wasn't a figure of folklore. He was an energy signature, a recurring glitch in the valley's space-time continuum. Elias felt a profound connection to the spectral archaeologist, a shared obsession with the dust and the secrets beneath. "He is still here," Elias whispered to the empty air of the tent. "He is still looking." But if Carter's ghost was tied to the physical environment, what then of the fiery pharaoh? The black horses, the golden regalia, the sheer raw power of an ancient king on his eternal procession. That kind of spectacle would demand an energy signature far greater, far more dramatic than a small, localized cold spot and a flicker in the magnetic field. Elias realized that the two apparitions, the quiet archaeologist and the magnificent pharaoh, were not separate phenomena but two halves of a single, deeper mystery, linked by the tomb they both guarded. He needed to prepare for the night when the larger, more dangerous energy signature might manifest, the powerful spectacle of the king's final, triumphant ride. Chapter 3. The Pharaoh's Energy Demand. The scientific confirmation of a transient, localized energy drain, the cold spot. Where the ghost of Howard Carter seemed to linger, provided Elias Vance with a tangible link to the phenomena. This was not merely folklore. It was a recurring event measurable by 21st century physics. Elias, however, knew that the spectral archaeologist was only the smaller echo. The main event, the true spectacle of the valley, was the manifestation of the pharaoh himself. The stories of the pharaoh's procession described a vivid, almost overwhelming manifestation. A figure in full golden regalia, a fiery chariot, and the thunderous passage of black phantom horses. This was not a subtle flicker of residual energy. This required a massive, instantaneous energy expenditure, far exceeding the small thermal drain caused by the subtle appearance of the spectral archaeologist. Elias theorized that if the Carter ghost was a small anomaly, a momentary drain of 5 degrees Celsius, then the pharaoh ghost must be a catastrophic event, requiring a tremendous amount of energy drawn from the surrounding environment. The sheer size of the apparition, the visual and auditory effects described, suggested an event comparable to a minor seismic shift or a large, localized electrical storm. He needed to calibrate his equipment to capture a phenomenon of this magnitude. He installed an additional network of acoustic sensors, designed to register infrasound, frequencies too low for human hearing, which often accompany massive energy releases or seismic activity. He also boosted the sensitivity of his magnetometers, creating a dedicated monitoring station capable of tracking rapid, large-scale changes in the Earth's magnetic field across the entire valley floor. If the pharaoh rides, Elias explained to Lena, his chief technician, we will hear it long before any human ear can detect the sound of the horses, and we will see the corresponding distortion in the magnetic field. The waiting was a study in profound, sun-drenched silence. The Valley of the Kings, during the day, felt utterly safe, protected by its own intense heat and the constant presence of human visitors. The nights, however, were vast and lonely, the towering cliffs amplifying the sounds of tiny, scurrying desert life and the unsettling sense of history pressing in. One particular night, Hamza, the guard, approached Elias' monitoring tent with a heightened sense of agitation. His usual easy composure was gone, replaced by rapid, nervous movements. "Dr. Vance," Hamza whispered, refusing to step fully inside the tent's shadow. "Tonight the silence is different. The air, it does not move. It is waiting for the thunder." Elias, though internally tense, maintained a calm exterior. He checked his instruments. All readings were stable. The infrasound array was quiet, registering only the low, continuous background resonance of the earth. He offered Hamza a cup of hot, sweet tea, a gesture that seemed to soothe the young man slightly. Hamza spoke of the local belief that the pharaoh's ride occurred not randomly, but on nights of profound atmospheric stillness, when the veil between the worlds was at its thinnest. As Hamza departed, Elias watched the monitors. The thermal camera showed the valley floor cooling rapidly. The humidity was non-existent. The stillness was indeed unnatural, a total absence of the usual desert breeze. At precisely 1 in the morning, the deep earth magnetometer, the most robust of his instruments, registered a sudden, sustained change. It wasn't a spike, but a massive, gradual dip in the magnetic field across a 300-foot radius centered slightly east of Tutankhamun's tomb. The dip indicated that an enormous amount of ambient electromagnetic energy was being drawn out of the Earth's field in that area. "That's it," Elias breathed, his eyes wide. "That is the energy signature." The dip began subtly, but within 60 seconds, the magnetic field in the affected area dropped by nearly 20%. This was a colossal energy drain, enough to power a small city for several minutes. It was the prerequisite for the pharaoh's grand manifestation. Immediately afterward, the infrasound array exploded with activity. Not a sharp, single burst, but a rhythmic, powerful thrumming, centered in the lowest detectable frequencies. It was a rhythmic beat, an organic sound, massive and sustained like the footfalls of immensely powerful creatures moving at great speed. It was the thunder of the black phantom horses. Elias grabbed his most powerful binoculars, his hands slightly trembling, and looked toward the affected area. The desert night was dark, illuminated only by the faint light of the distant stars. Through the darkness, he saw the fiery chariot. It wasn't a continuous blaze, but a transient distortion of the air, shimmering with an intense heat-like luminescence that pulsed with red and orange light. Within the center of that shimmering light, he could discern the massive, solid silhouette of the pharaoh, larger than life, towering over the phantom rains. The appearance was brief, only a few seconds, but the sheer scale of the vision was overwhelming, a profound, undeniable projection of power. Then everything snapped back. The luminous fire vanished. The rhythmic thrumming of the infrasound abruptly ceased. The magnetic field began its slow, inevitable climb back toward its normal baseline. The total duration of the event was barely 7 seconds, yet the environmental impact had been measurable and immense. Elias sat back, his pulse racing, the sweet taste of cold mint tea forgotten. The pharaoh was real, not as a conventional ghost, but as a cyclonic energy event, a massive tear in the valley's quiet energy equilibrium. He realized now that the two ghosts, the subtle archaeologist and the spectacular king, were linked in a single, fundamental process. The pharaoh drew colossal power from the earth to ride once a year, and the archaeologist's ghost, forever searching for the final secret, seemed to be a subtle, residual echo, a tiny aftershock of that massive, magnetic disruption. Howard Carter's spirit was bound to the king, not just in life, but in the pharaoh's terrifying, recurring moment of power. The mystery was no longer if they existed, but why they required such spectacular energy to manifest in this specific spot. The Valley of the Kings, Elias now understood, was an energy conductor, and the tombs were not just graves, but components of a vast, ancient machine built for the king's eternal use. The next step was to find the hidden conduit that connected the subtle presence of the archaeologist to the immense, primal power of the king. Chapter 4. The Shared Frequency. The successful capture of the pharaoh's energy signature. The massive, 7-second dip in the magnetic field and the corresponding rhythmic infrasound gave Elias Vance the quantitative data he desperately needed. The ghosts of the valley were not random spectral events. They were highly organized, ritualistic manifestations of power. The key to the mystery now lay in the strange relationship between the colossal pharaoh event and the subtle, recurring apparition of the spectral archaeologist, Howard Carter. The pharaoh's ride required a massive, cataclysmic energy drain, while Carter's residual shadow demanded a tiny, localized thermal drop. Two ghosts, separated by millennia, yet bound to the same sacred space. Elias began a deep comparative analysis of the energy signatures. He isolated the exact frequency of the single magnetic spike produced by the Carter ghost and compared it to the vast, complex magnetic drop of the pharaoh's procession. The initial comparison yielded nothing. The scales were too different, like comparing a tiny static shock to a lightning bolt. But Elias then remembered the nature of the pharaoh's manifestation. It was an immensely powerful, but incredibly brief, spectacle. He theorized that the sheer destructive power of the king's manifestation needed a momentary anchor, a stabilizing frequency to hold the projection together before it collapsed. Working with Lena, his chief technician, they ran a specialized Fourier analysis on the complex 7-second magnetic dip, looking for any sustained underlying frequency amidst the chaos of the massive energy exchange. The results were astonishing. Within the magnetic signature of the pharaoh's manifestation, embedded deep in the chaotic field collapse, was a perfect, sustained but incredibly faint, resonant frequency. It was a single, tiny, unmoving peak on the spectrum, cycling at exactly 4.5 Hz. Lena then immediately checked the data from the subtle 3-second magnetic spike that accompanied the appearance of the Carter ghost. The results were immediate and absolute. The Carter ghost signal was dominated by the very same sustained frequency, cycling at 4.5 Hz. "They share a core frequency, Aris," Lena whispered, her voice filled with awe. "The pharaoh and the archaeologist. The king's massive energy signature uses the same resonant vibration as the ghost's subtle flicker. It's the anchor." This 4.5 Hz frequency, Elias quickly researched, was too low to be seismic and too organized to be random atmospheric noise. It was a specific vibrational frequency, unique to that precise location on the valley floor, the spot between the Great Gallery and the entrance to Tutankhamun's tomb. It was the natural, deep earth resonance of that specific piece of bedrock, the valley's own tuning fork. Elias realized that the pharaoh wasn't just drawing energy from the earth. He was tuning into the valley's inherent resonance to create his manifestation. This frequency was the key to their power. But why was the ghost of Howard Carter also utilizing this frequency? Carter didn't discover the pharaoh, Elias mused, staring at the schematic of the shared frequency. He disturbed him. He was the one who shattered the 4,000-year silence, the one who broke the first seal. His spirit, consumed by the magnitude of his discovery, must have become irrevocably tied to the pharaoh's eternal resonance. He formulated a new theory. Howard Carter's spirit had not lingered out of sorrow or unfinished work, but because his final, triumphant act of opening the tomb had accidentally tuned his consciousness to the valley's own resonant frequency. The pharaoh's massive energy drain, the 7-second ride, was so profound that it briefly amplified Carter's lingering, subtle presence, causing the faint thermal drain and the momentary shadow Elias had seen. The archaeologist was an energetic echo, a permanent accidental hitchhiker on the pharaoh's annual ride. The Valley of the Kings, therefore, was not merely a cemetery, but a vast, silent instrument, and Tutankhamun's tomb was the point where the ancient and the modern past had converged on a single, shared resonant frequency. The next challenge was locating the source of this resonance. The 4.5 Hz signal had to originate from a specific, physical structure deep within the rock, an artifact or a chamber that had been designed to focus and broadcast this primal frequency across the valley floor. Given the precise location of the signal, Elias strongly suspected the source was somewhere deep beneath Tutankhamun's immediate vicinity. He realized the irony. Howard Carter had spent a lifetime searching for a tomb, and now Elias was spending his time searching for a man's ghost, a ghost that was now pointing the way to a completely different, perhaps more significant, secret. The faint resonance shared by the king and the archaeologist was the silent key, the ancient whisper that promised to unlock the true power, and perhaps the terrifying purpose, of the Valley of the Kings. He needed to deploy deep penetrating technology to find the structural source of the valley's unique 4.5 Hz resonance. Chapter 5. The Subtomb Resonance Chamber. The discovery of the shared 4.5 Hz resonant frequency between the spectacular pharaoh manifestation and the subtle Carter ghost shifted Elias Vance's entire focus. He was no longer hunting ghosts. He was searching for the physical artifact or structure responsible for broadcasting this powerful, localized energy signature. The frequency, Elias knew, was the control signal for the pharaoh's eternal transit. The central locus of the 4.5 Hz signal was pinpointed to a location beneath the entrance corridor of Tutankhamun's tomb, a spot that Howard Carter himself had spent years clearing and re-clearing. This was the place where the ancient and the modern obsession converged. Elias had to proceed with extreme caution. The area was historically sensitive, and any invasive drilling was strictly forbidden. He returned to non-destructive methods, utilizing deep penetrating sonar imaging, a technique usually reserved for geological surveys. Sonar uses low-frequency sound waves to map subsurface structures, and it was perfectly suited to search for a large chamber or unique material density. He placed the sonar emitters and receivers directly onto the bedrock near the tomb entrance. The low-frequency sonar pulses, designed to penetrate hundreds of feet of solid rock, were synchronized precisely to avoid interfering with the natural 4.5 Hz resonance, ensuring the measurements were accurate. The initial sonar returns were chaotic, filled with echoes from the known tombs and fissures. But after filtering out the known structures, a clear, sharp anomaly emerged roughly 80 feet beneath the surface of the valley floor. The anomaly was not a tomb. It was a perfect, spherical chamber, approximately 30 feet in diameter, centered precisely beneath the spot where the 4.5 Hz signal was strongest. "It's not shaped like a burial site," Lena observed, studying the three-dimensional rendering. Ancient Egyptian tombs were almost always rectangular or linear, designed to mirror the sun god Ra's journey through the underworld. This is spherical. It looks like an acoustic resonator or a focusing lens. Elias felt a surge of certainty. The Subtomb Resonance Chamber, he named it immediately. It wasn't meant to hold a body or treasures. It was built to hold and amplify the valley's natural 4.5 Hz frequency, turning the entire area into a massive, charged battery for the pharaoh's eternal use. He theorized that the chamber was carved out of an incredibly hard, resonant granite core layer deep in the bedrock, a layer that would naturally amplify low-frequency acoustic energy. The pharaoh's massive energy drain, the 7-second ride, was the result of the king briefly drawing upon the stored, tuned energy within this spherical chamber to manifest his power. The very location of the chamber provided the chilling answer to why Howard Carter's ghost was intertwined with the pharaoh's power. Elias spread out the original plans of Tutankhamun's tomb. The famous entrance steps descended straight down to the antechamber. The resonance chamber was directly beneath this descent, perfectly positioned to channel its energy up through the bedrock, and through the exact spot where Carter and his team performed the difficult, tense work of breaking the original seals. When Carter and Carnarvon stood on those steps in 2022, they were standing directly above the mouth of the primary energy conduit. Elias explained to Lena. The moment they pierced the final seal and let the 4,000-year-old air rush out, they fundamentally destabilized the energy field above the resonance chamber. The resulting disturbance, the sudden, massive shift in pressure and atmosphere, must have imprinted a residual energy signature of Howard Carter onto the permanent 4.5 Hz frequency of the valley. Carter, the triumphant excavator, became an accidental, permanent passenger on the king's eternal energy line. The resonance chamber was the physical key, but it remained inaccessible, encased in 80 feet of solid granite bedrock. Elias knew he could not risk drilling. Disturbing the chamber could release the concentrated, primal 4.5 Hz energy in a catastrophic burst, potentially causing a localized seismic event or an unpredictable, amplified ghostly manifestation. He needed to find an ancient, non-destructive way into the sphere. If the chamber was an architectural feature designed to channel energy, it likely had a hidden maintenance shaft or a sealed passage meant only for the priests or architects. Elias focused his sonar scans on the area immediately surrounding the spherical chamber, looking for a break in the rock, a narrow, filled passage. His years of studying Egyptian funerary architecture told him that nothing was ever completely sealed. There was always a secret way, a ritualistic path. The true secret of the Valley of the Kings, the source of its terrifying, silent power, lay not in the tombs they knew, but in the unseen, perfectly silent, spherical chamber deep in the earth, the ancient power source that had inadvertently captured the ghost of the man who dared to disturb its surface. The search for the secret entrance was the next most perilous step. Chapter 6: The Architect's Umbilical Cord. The discovery of the subtomb resonance chamber, a 30-foot spherical vault 80 feet beneath the entrance of Tutankhamun's tomb, was the scientific equivalent of finding the heart of the haunting. Elias Vance now knew that the Hertz resonance, the shared frequency of the pharaoh and the spectral archaeologist, originated in this perfectly tuned, subterranean power source. The next and most critical task was finding a way inside without causing a catastrophic release of the concentrated energy. Elias was convinced that an architect as meticulous as those who designed the royal tombs would not have completely entombed such a vital component. The chamber was not a grave. It was a mechanism, and mechanisms required access, maintenance, and perhaps a ritualistic pathway for the flow of energy. He hypothesized that a narrow, vertical shaft, what he called the architect's umbilical cord, must connect the resonance chamber to the surface, likely sealed and hidden beneath the deepest layers of debris. He ordered Lena to focus the high-resolution sonar and ground-penetrating radar systems on the narrow, 5-foot strip of original bedrock surrounding the outer edges of the tomb's famous entrance stairwell. This area was pristine, mostly untouched by the later clearance work, and still contained the dense, undisturbed rubble that Howard Carter's team had painstakingly shoveled away in 1922. The work was slow and meticulous, requiring the careful removal of debris one handful at a time to prevent any accidental disturbance of the sensitive equipment. For 3 full days, the sonar mapped the subsurface, searching for a discontinuity, a crack, or a filled shaft. The frustration was mounting. The bedrock seemed seamless, an impenetrable barrier of solid, ancient stone. On the 4th morning, just as the sun began to warm the valley floor, Lena noticed a faint, recurring echo in the GPR data. It was not a large structure, but a tiny, cylindrical anomaly running vertically through the granite, beginning precisely 30 feet below the surface. This cylindrical shape was filled with material of a slightly different density than the surrounding granite, suggesting it was an intentionally plugged shaft. The problem was the top 30 feet. The shaft seemed to stop just before the surface. "The shaft doesn't reach the original bedrock," Lena pointed out, tracing the line on the schematic. "It begins 30 feet down, right in the middle of a massive layer of flood-deposited shale and debris. Why would they start a shaft 30 feet down?" Elias studied the original geological reports from the early 20th century. He remembered reading that the Valley of the Kings was prone to flash flooding, and over the millennia, the mouth of Tutankhamun's tomb had been buried repeatedly under layers of mud and stone washed down from the cliffs. "It doesn't start 30 feet down, Lena," Elias corrected, a slow realization dawning. "It starts at the original ground level of the pharaoh's burial, before the successive floods buried the area. It was sealed when the construction was finished, and the first 30 feet were plugged with the softest, most natural material they could find, sand and small stone, to make it entirely indistinguishable from the flood debris. This meant that the original entrance to the architect's umbilical cord was located 30 feet above the current surface level, high up in the bedrock of the surrounding cliff face. The initial 30 feet they were seeing on the GPR was the ancient team's soft, temporary infill designed to hide the permanent, hard-plugged shaft beneath it. Elias immediately shifted the GPR survey to the nearest vertical cliff face that overlooked the area of the resonance chamber. This cliff face, known as the Tiorat, or the place of the ascent, was riddled with natural cracks and fissures, making it an ideal place to hide an engineered shaft. It took another 2 days of agonizingly slow scanning, working meticulously across the scorched rock. Finally, near a deep, V-shaped fissure known locally as the Crow's Foot, the GPR returned the telltale signature. A deep, vertical plug of dense, non-native material, almost 4 feet long, starting at the fissure and descending directly into the bedrock. The surface of the plug was indistinguishable from the surrounding limestone, sealed with a mortar made of crushed rock and a naturally sourced resin that blended perfectly with the wall. The engineers carefully chipped away the surrounding rock until the circular outline of the plug was revealed. It was only 6 inches in diameter, barely wide enough for a human forearm, let alone a large probe. "A simple maintenance shaft," Elias whispered, tracing the perimeter of the seal with his finger. "Just enough to insert an instrument, or to pour a final ritual offering to seal the energy." With the utmost care, a specialized drilling team, using a diamond-tipped microborer, began to penetrate the plug. The material was incredibly hard, a mixture of quartz and granite dust, designed for permanent stability. The drilling was slow, controlled to ensure no vibration was transmitted to the resonance chamber far below. After 6 hours of drilling through the dense plug, the bit finally broke through the back seal. The moment the seal was pierced, an astonishing phenomenon occurred. There was no rush of air, no sound, but the entire area surrounding the drill hole began to faintly shimmer with a soft, green light. The light was almost imperceptible, visible only in the extreme shadows, but it pulsed with the familiar, rhythmic hertz frequency. "Thermal drop," Lena shouted from the monitoring tent. "Massive drop. Localized cold spot around the drill hole, -10 degrees Celsius." Elias rushed to the hole. The air streaming out was intensely cold, carrying the faint, metallic scent of ozone and ionized air. The sheer force of the cold air was surprising, suggesting the resonance chamber was maintaining an incredibly low, stable temperature, likely necessary to control the dense energy stored within. The green light, the intense cold, and the familiar hertz pulse confirmed that they had found the architect's umbilical cord, the direct conduit to the spherical power source. Elias realized the immediate danger. By opening the shaft, they had created a brief, energetic leak, a visible manifestation of the stored power. This momentary breach of the energy containment could be catastrophic if the powerful magnetic fields were destabilized. "Seal it," Elias ordered immediately, despite the immense scientific temptation to peer inside. "Prepare the fiber optic microprobe and a temporary non-conductive seal. We are only observing. We are not disturbing the balance." The team quickly inserted a small, titanium-cased fiber optic cable through the tiny breach, a delicate thread of metal now connecting the modern world to the ancient engine. They then temporarily plugged the hole with a rubberized, airtight seal, containing the freezing air and the green shimmer. The image that returned from the fiber optic cable was grainy, but undeniable. A vast, round space, carved from pure black granite, and floating in the absolute center of the sphere was a single, perfectly smooth obsidian object, glowing with that same rhythmic, cold green light. It was the heart of the machine, the ultimate secret of the pharaoh's everlasting energy, revealed through a 6-inch hole on a distant cliff face. The journey into the deep silence was about to begin. The green light pulsed, the invitation now given. Chapter 7. The Obsidian Core. With the 6-inch access hole sealed but the fiber optic cable inserted, Elias Vance and his team finally had a direct, visual link to the subtomb resonance chamber, 80 feet beneath the valley floor. The image transmitted by the microprobe was stunning. A perfect, spherical vault carved from dense, jet-black granite, its walls absorbing nearly all ambient light. In the absolute center of this immense space floated a single, smooth, ovoid object made of obsidian, the volcanic glass. The most compelling feature was the object itself. It was about 4 feet high and 3 feet wide, perfectly symmetrical, and pulsing with a cold, rhythmic green light. This was the source of the intense cold and the faint 4.5 Hz resonance that permeated the entire valley floor. "The obsidian core," Elias whispered, staring at the screen. "The literal heart of the machine." Lena quickly deployed the probe's specialized sensors, which included a non-contact thermometer, a magnetometer, and a subtle laser vibrometer designed to measure structural movement. The temperature reading was the most shocking. The obsidian core registered -50 degrees Celsius. This intense, localized cold explained the massive thermal drain that Elias had initially registered when the Carter ghost appeared. The spectral archaeologist's brief, residual manifestation was an accidental energy tap, drawing heat into the chamber to stabilize the system's massive energy output. The magnetometer readings were equally extreme. The obsidian core was generating a powerful, highly structured magnetic field that enveloped the entire chamber. This field was pulsing at a constant, organized rate, perfectly synchronized with the 4.5 Hz rhythm. The core isn't just cold, Lena explained, pointing to the data. It's a massive superconducting magnet. The intense cold is necessary to maintain a perfect zero-resistance loop, allowing it to collect, concentrate, and channel the Earth's natural magnetic field lines. Elias immediately understood the mechanism. The Valley of the Kings, with its vast granite and limestone layers, acted as a natural low-frequency antenna. The obsidian core acted as a colossal capacitor, using the intense cold to superconduct and store the collected geomagnetic energy, tuning it to the resonant frequency of 4.5 Hz. The pharaoh's fiery ride was the result of a deliberate, ritualistic discharge of this massive, stored energy. But why obsidian? Obsidian, though beautiful, is non-conductive. It's volcanic glass. Elias conferred with an expert in ancient Egyptian mineralogy, Dr. Aisha Kamel. Aisha confirmed that the Egyptians prized obsidian not for its utility, but for its ritualistic connection to the underworld. More importantly, she pointed out that some types of volcanic glass, particularly those formed under immense pressure, possess unique, subtle piezoelectric properties, the ability to generate an electric charge under mechanical stress. The core isn't merely storing energy, it's converting it. Elias realized, connecting the pieces. The deep Earth's seismic vibration, the continuous, low-frequency pressure from the bedrock, acts as the stress on the obsidian core. The core converts that mechanical stress into magnetic energy, maintaining its superconducting cold. The Ka, the life force of the Earth, converted into pure magnetic power. The image on the screen was mesmerizing. The cold green light pulsing from the obsidian core wasn't light in the conventional sense. It was the visual signature of the intense magnetic field interacting with the trace gases sealed within the chamber, the slight ionization of the trapped air. Elias directed the probe to scan the interior walls of the sphere. The black granite was smooth and unadorned, save for one detail. Carved into the exact center of the floor, directly beneath the floating core, was a single, immense hieroglyph. It was the symbol for Ba, the traveling soul, the manifestation of the king. The Ba is the anchor, Elias murmured. The core generates the power and the symbol guides it. The pharaoh's manifestation is literally his soul's expression, powered by the earth itself. The discovery brought an immediate ethical dilemma. They had proven that the pharaoh was not a ghost in the conventional sense, but a highly complex, self-sustaining energetic manifestation. The obsidian core was a perpetual motion machine, a source of stable, clean energy that defied modern physics. The scientific temptation to drill and retrieve the core was overwhelming. But Elias was haunted by the 4.5 Hz resonance, the frequency that had accidentally captured the ghost of Howard Carter. Disturbing the core would not just release energy, it would shatter the delicate 4,000-year-old energetic balance of the entire valley. The pharaoh's ride, the subtle echo of the archaeologist, and the intense cold of the core were all parts of a single, fragile, and eternally running machine. The preservation of the silence, Elias knew, was paramount. He had seen the heart of the pharaoh's power, and now he had to decide how to keep the machine running, undisturbed in the deep, silent shadow of the desert. Chapter 8. The Carter Frequency Dissection. With the obsidian core identified as the superconducting power source, Elias Vance's focus shifted from the how of the pharaoh's power to the why of the archaeologist's lingering echo. The core generated a 4.5 Hz resonance, a fundamental frequency shared by both the colossal pharaoh manifestation and the subtle, localized cold spot of the spectral Howard Carter. Elias needed to understand the exact nature of Carter's attachment to this powerful, primal signal. He had gathered substantial data on the Carter ghost's manifestation, the momentary magnetic spike, the sudden thermal drain of 5 degrees Celsius, and the slight, telltale plume of displaced dust near the tomb entrance. Lena had perfectly isolated the 3-second duration of this recurring event. Elias hypothesized that the Carter ghost was not merely a random specter, but a form of energetic data imprinted onto the 4.5 Hz signal itself. The initial shock of breaking the 4,000-year-old seal in 1922 must have created a permanent energetic scar in the local magnetic field. Using the highly sensitive acoustic array, which had previously captured the rhythmic infrasound of the phantom horses, Elias performed a localized scan of the area where the Carter ghost most frequently manifested. He wasn't listening for sound. He was listening for the texture of the 4.5 Hz resonance in that precise spot. The main 4.5 Hz signal, broadcast directly from the obsidian core 80 feet below, was a smooth, perfect, continuous sine wave, the pure resonance of the bedrock. However, when Elias isolated the signal directly above the tomb's entrance steps, the sine wave was distorted. Embedded within the perfect, smooth curve of the 4.5 Hz wave was a complex, recurring series of micropulses, like tiny stitches woven into the continuous fabric of the signal. It's interference, Lena stated, leaning over the monitor, a secondary, higher-frequency signal modulating the primary resonance. It's not a natural phenomenon. Elias realized that the micropulses were not random. They were structured, incredibly rapid, and appeared to follow a specific, repeating pattern. He immediately tasked Dr. Ristova, their synthetic linguistics specialist who often worked remotely, to analyze the structure of the micropulses. Could a human consciousness, imprinted onto an energy field, possess a language or syntax? Yua found that the micropulses occurred in precise, short bursts, each burst lasting no more than 5 milliseconds, and each repeating sequence contained exactly 7 pulses. The bursts occurred only during the hours of twilight and dawn, the moments when the Earth's own magnetic field naturally fluctuates. The 7-pulse sequence is the language, Yua reported back to Elias via satellite link. It's not linguistic but computational. It's a structured information packet repeating itself endlessly. But what information does it contain? Elias, thinking of the obsessive nature of the historical Howard Carter, immediately proposed a hypothesis. Carter spent years searching the valley, meticulously cataloging every detail. His life was defined by the search, by the numbers of the tombs and the measurements of the finds. Could the sequence be numerical data, a stored memory of his final, frustrating work? They ran the 7-pulse sequence through a historical database of Carter's excavation notes, specifically focusing on measurements related to Tutankhamun's tomb. They tried cubic measurements, angle degrees, and lengths of artifacts. Nothing matched. Then, Yua tried converting the duration and interval of the 7 pulses into numerical representations of the hundreds of feet Carter had walked and measured in his relentless search across the valley floor. Still no match. The sequence was too precise, too rigid, for the messy, human endeavor of an archaeological dig. Elias reviewed the original story of the discovery of the tomb in 1922. Carter, after years of failure, was about to be abandoned by his sponsor, Lord Carnarvon. He had requested one final season. He focused his search on a single, tiny spot beneath the workmen's huts, the area where they now knew the resonance chamber was active. He found the first step of the tomb on November the 4th, 1922. The sequence must relate to the final step, Elias realized. The last thing Carter was obsessively looking for before he found the first step. He instructed Ua to input the measurements of the final undiscovered space Carter was searching for. Carter had meticulously surveyed the tomb of Ramesses VI, located directly above the spot where Tutankhamun's tomb was found. He believed the rubble from Ramesses VI's tomb covered an earlier, forgotten one. The micropulses, therefore, might be the coordinates of a space Carter knew existed, but never physically reached. Ua cross-referenced the 7-pulse sequence with the final, unsearched area beneath the Ramesses, the 6th spoil heap. Bingo! The sequence mapped perfectly onto a set of highly precise, three-dimensional coordinates indicating a small, untouched annex chamber located deep in the rubble near the entrance of the Ramesses, the 6th tomb. The discovery was mind-blowing. The ghost of Howard Carter was not a restless soul simply wandering the valley. It was an energetic broadcast, a permanent message imprinted onto the pharaoh's power line, pointing out the one thing he missed, the final, undiscovered secret of the surface layer. The spectral archaeologist had become a kind of permanent, repeating GPS signal, using the pharaoh's primal energy to guide the next generation of seekers. Elias Vance now knew what to look for, a physical secret concealed near a known tomb, a secret that had been desperately guarded by the ghost who had first broken the silence of the Valley of the Kings. Chapter 9. The Annex of the Persistent Ghost. The decipherment of the 7-pulse micro-sequence, the silent language of the spectral Howard Carter, was a stunning breakthrough. It revealed that the ghost was not a random anomaly, but a focused, energetic message, utilizing the pharaoh's Hertz power line to broadcast the precise coordinates of a small, unsearched annex chamber located deep in the spoil heap near the entrance to the tomb of Ramesses VI. This was the one thing the tireless archaeologist had missed in his final search. Elias Vance immediately shifted his physical efforts to the specified location, which was several hundred feet up the valley floor from Tutankhamun's tomb. The area was notorious for its instability, consisting of deep, stratified layers of flood debris and the colossal tailings, or spoil, from the earlier excavation of Ramesses VI. Digging here was exceptionally difficult and dangerous, as the ancient debris heaps were prone to collapse. The challenge was immense. They had to excavate a small, specific area without causing a landslide that could damage the surrounding, known tombs. Elias opted for a slow, vertical trenching approach, utilizing laser mapping and reinforced shoring to stabilize the pit as they descended. He found historical irony in the task. Howard Carter had spent years shoveling through the debris of Ramesses VI, believing it concealed a major tomb. Now, 100 years later, Elias was digging in the same spot, guided by Carter's own spectral data, looking for a secret annex that Carter's living eyes had failed to perceive. The work was carried out primarily at night, shielded from the searing sun and the scrutiny of potential visitors. Under the massive, indifferent gaze of the desert stars, the team slowly descended into the fine, abrasive dust and limestone chippings. At 35 feet, they hit a layer of massive, water-smoothed granite blocks placed haphazardly but deliberately. "This is not natural debris," Elias announced, tapping one of the enormous blocks. "These blocks were intentionally dumped here. It's a deliberate concealment, a final layer of protection." The digital coordinates from the 7-pulse sequence, the ghost's message, indicated that the annex was located just beneath this protective layer. The team used specialized, non-explosive hydraulic wedges to carefully lift and remove the granite blocks, revealing a small, smooth wall of polished limestone beneath. The limestone was roughly 6 feet wide and 4 feet high, clearly an engineered facade, sealed with the same hard, dark resin-based mortar they had encountered at the mouth of the architect's umbilical cord. "He found it," Elias whispered, a profound sense of closure washing over him. Howard Carter was searching for this exact wall, the one thing he couldn't see through the mountains of spoil. Lena deployed a thin micro-drill to penetrate the limestone facade. The drill broke through the stone with a soft, final click. There was no rush of air or sudden magnetic surge, but the familiar scent of ancient, arid air, the smell of preserved history. Elias carefully removed a small section of the limestone. He shone a bright, focused beam into the darkness. It was a narrow, low-ceilinged chamber, filled not with gold or treasures, but with scrolls and meticulously arranged stacks of linen. The chamber was an ancient administrative archive, likely belonging to the vizier of Rameses VI, sealed after the pharaoh's burial. The air was dry and still, preserving the fragile contents perfectly. The most compelling objects were not the scrolls, but a series of small, clay tablets arranged on a low stone shelf. These tablets contained not typical funerary prayers, but complex diagrams, celestial calculations, and most crucially, a set of architectural schematics. Elias, using a camera to photograph the tablets in situ, quickly identified the diagrams. They were blueprints for the subterranean construction of the Valley of the Kings. One tablet depicted a clear, cross-section view of the bedrock beneath the valley floor. It showed the entire network of tombs and their chaotic, crisscrossing passages. But overlaid on this known map was a new, precise diagram. The spherical subtomb resonance chamber and a series of radiating, narrow conduits running from the core out to the walls of 3 specific tombs: Tutankhamun, Rameses VI, and a third unnamed tomb. The conduits, Elias breathed, his voice thick with the implications. The core isn't just a battery, it's a broadcast station. It's channeling the Hertz energy into 3 distinct tombs to power the eternal resurrection rites of 3 different pharaohs. The existence of a network was staggering. The pharaoh's ride wasn't a singular event. It was a scheduled, ritualistic discharge of energy, a power-sharing arrangement among 3 kings. The Rameses VI connection explained why Carter's ghost, which originated near that spoil heap, was so powerful and persistent. The most shocking realization came from the 3rd tomb on the schematic. The conduits led to a location deep beneath the unexplored western side of the valley, a location that had never yielded any major discoveries. The accompanying hieroglyphic inscription on the tablet identified the purpose of the 3rd conduit, the chamber of the first queen. Elias now held the key not only to the hauntings of the past, but to the discovery of the future. The ghost of Howard Carter, the spectral cartographer, had fulfilled his last, unfinished task. He had pointed the way to an undiscovered royal tomb, the final great secret of the Valley of the Kings. The pharaoh's ride, the subtle echo of the archaeologist, and the obsidian core were all parts of a silent, shared machine, a network of eternal power waiting to be traced through the bedrock. Elias knew he had to follow the faint, radiating line of the 3rd conduit to its source. Chapter 10. Tracing the 3rd conduit. The discovery of the clay tablets in the annex of the persistent ghost confirmed Elias Vance's greatest suspicion. The supernatural phenomena of the Valley of the Kings were not random, but the result of a vast, interconnected, engineered power network. The spherical subtomb resonance chamber, with its obsidian core, channeled the 4.5 Hz energy into the burial sites of at least 3 major figures: Tutankhamun, Rameses VI, and the elusive unnamed burial of the chamber of the first queen. The schematics on the tablet provided the path. They depicted the central core and three fine radiating lines, the energy conduits carved through the bedrock, designed to deliver the resonant power to each tomb, sustaining the pharaoh's eternal life force, or Ka. The pharaoh's fiery chariot ride, Elias now understood, was likely a synchronized tri-tomb energy surge, a grand, shared ritual discharge. The third conduit, labeled the Chamber of the First Queen, was the most intriguing. Its path led away from the known eastern and central parts of the valley, striking deep into the unexplored, seismically unstable western flank. This area was known for its sheer, massive cliffs and its susceptibility to rock slides and flash floods, which is why it had largely been avoided by early 20th century archaeologists. Elias had to now follow this conduit, tracing the path of the 4.5 Hz energy to its final destination. This required an entirely new application of his existing equipment. He would use the infrasound array and the high-resolution magnetometers not to detect manifestations, but to map the low-frequency acoustic and magnetic distortion created by the channeled energy itself. The theory was simple. The conduit, being a physical carving in the bedrock, was filled with a material that conducted the magnetic and acoustic energy from the obsidian core. This material, likely a unique mineral paste or liquid, would cause a continuous, subtle anomaly in the surrounding rock's natural readings. For 2 weeks, working in the punishing daytime heat, Elias and Lena meticulously carried out a slow, methodical survey of the western flank. They placed the sensitive magnetometers and acoustic sensors in a grid pattern, moving them only a few feet at a time, looking for the telltale, faint signal of the channeled energy. The western valley was difficult terrain, the ground littered with sharp shale and immense boulders. The natural magnetic field here was erratic due to large veins of iron ore in the rock, making the search for the conduit's subtle signature a profound exercise in patience. Days blurred into an exhausting cycle of searching for minute deviations in the data. Elias was looking for a variation that was barely 1 part per million, a whisper in the valley's continuous, deep earth groan. Finally, Lena found it. Tucked against the base of a towering, sheer cliff face, a spot that had been partially buried by an ancient landslide, the magnetometer registered a continuous, faint dip. The signature was linear, extending for 30 feet before dipping beneath a huge, immovable granite protrusion. "There it is, Elias," Lena confirmed, her voice hoarse from the dust. "It's the conduit. The anomaly is incredibly small but continuous. And look at the acoustic array. There's a persistent, subaudible hum localized directly over the magnetic dip." The hum was the 4.5 Hz resonance, contained and carried by the conduit material. The energy was flowing, silent and steady, to its final destination. Elias quickly mapped the vector of the conduit. The line plunged straight down, heading beneath the landslide material, and then sharply angled into the rock face. The tablet schematics showed that the conduit ended a few hundred feet into the rock, leading to a massive circular chamber, the unknown tomb of the queen. The immediate problem was the massive, unstable landslide material covering the entry point of the conduit. Clearing the area would take months and risked collapsing the entire face of the cliff. Elias opted for a technological solution. He used a directional GPR system, firing a narrow beam of radar pulses directly along the path of the identified energy signature. He wanted to trace the conduit to its terminus, the actual entrance to the chamber of the first queen. The GPR pulse, guided by the 4.5 Hz magnetic anomaly, penetrated the solid rock. The returns were sharp, clear, and utterly conclusive. The conduit angled into the cliff for approximately 150 feet and then terminated at a distinct void, a large ellipsoidal chamber, significantly wider than the typical pharaonic tomb. The chamber lay deep within the virgin bedrock, a complete, untouched void. The accompanying radar image showed the full, immense size of the tomb. It was the largest subterranean space yet discovered in the Valley of the Kings, suggesting a burial of unparalleled significance. The conduit led directly to the chamber's anteroom. Elias looked up at the towering, silent cliff face, scorched by the sun, guarding its secret. The sheer scale of the engineering required to carve this tomb deep into the hard western granite and then connect it to the obsidian core was mind-boggling. The ancient Egyptians had not only mastered power channeling, but they had also mastered deep earth excavation on an industrial scale. The silent, steady flow of the 4.5 Hz resonance confirmed that the tomb was active. The ancient machine was perpetually fueling the ka of the first queen, sustaining her eternal spirit. Elias realized that the ghost of Howard Carter had not just revealed a minor administrative annex, but had given them the complete operational map of the valley. The pharaoh's terrifying, fiery ride was not a curse, but a profound, necessary energy boost, a moment of dazzling, raw power used to sustain the eternal slumber of the greatest queen in Egyptian history. The silence of the Western Valley was about to be broken, and the last, most significant secret of the Valley of the Kings was finally within reach. The next step was finding the sealed entrance to the largest known tomb in the necropolis, using the conduit as a final, silent pointer. Chapter 11. The Queen's Hidden Gateway. The meticulous tracing of the third conduit, the slender, silent pathway of the Hertz resonance, led Elias Vance to the precise location of the final, massive void. The tomb of the first queen nestled hundreds of feet deep inside the towering granite cliff of the Western Valley. Now, the overwhelming challenge was shifting from tracing energy to finding a physical, sealed entrance. The tablet schematics found in the annex of the persistent ghost were crucial. They indicated that the entrance to the queen's tomb was not located on the cliff face itself, which was prone to collapse, but was cleverly concealed deep within a natural geological feature. A massive, pre-existing fissure in the granite that had been intentionally widened, carved, and then perfectly resealed to look like virgin rock. The location was approximately 40 feet above the conduit's entry point and 90 feet up the cliff face from the valley floor. The engineers had to rappel down the sheer cliff face, a perilous, slow process in the extreme heat. Their objective was to use the GPR and high-sensitivity thermal imaging to find the subtle signature of the sealed entrance. The natural granite of the cliff was uniform, but a sealed entrance, even one meticulously plugged, would inevitably retain trace amounts of non-native mortar and, crucially, a slight thermal difference due to the large void behind it. For 2 days, the team swept the designated area. The GPR was unable to penetrate the thick, chaotic fissure lines enough to give a clear return. The entire cliff face was a natural interference zone. Elias suggested a radical approach based on their previous discovery. We know the conduit is actively channeling energy. The entrance seal, being closer to the core than the tomb interior, would have been built of materials designed to resist the Hertz magnetic flow. We are looking for an anomaly that is too stable in the face of the valley's own low-frequency hum. Lena adjusted the magnetometers carried by the rappelling team. Instead of looking for a dip or a spike, they were looking for a localized area of magnetic flatness or nullification, a spot where the background Hertz resonance suddenly vanished. Within hours they found it, Approximately 95 feet up the cliff, near a large, weathered overhang, the magnetic field showed a sudden, perfectly circular dead zone, about 6 feet in diameter. The Hertz resonance, which permeated the rest of the rock, was completely absent in this circle. It's the seal. Elias confirmed, watching the data from the base camp. They used a material that cancels the resonance, making the entrance undetectable to anyone looking for energy flow. The rappel team carefully chipped away the thick, outer layer of weathered rock from the circular dead zone. Beneath it lay a perfect, smooth facade of granite, fused so seamlessly to the cliff wall that the seam was virtually invisible. This circular seal was larger than the entrance to Tutankhamun's tomb, suggesting the vast scale of the hidden tomb behind it. A small, 3-inch section of the facade was left deliberately unpolished, a rough patch of rock. When the team cleaned the patch, they found the faintest trace of a symbol etched into the stone, almost invisible after 4,000 years of weathering. It was the symbol of the vulture, a common representation of the goddess Mut, or in earlier periods, the protector of the great royal wife, the queen. With the entrance located and verified, the next challenge was gaining access. Drilling a large hole risked cracking the seal and causing a seismic shift in the unstable cliff face. They had to breach the seal with minimal vibration. Elias opted for an ancient technique, modernized, a controlled, focused thermal shock. The team would superheat the seal's perimeter with precisely calibrated lasers, and then immediately cool the area with liquid nitrogen. This rapid expansion and contraction would weaken the ancient, brittle mortar without the need for destructive mechanical force. The operation was carried out under the watchful, nervous eyes of the small team. The lasers hummed, bathing the granite in intense white light. The granite expanded with faint, audible pops. Then the hiss of liquid nitrogen, cooling the superheated stone in a cloud of white vapor. The process was repeated 3 times. Finally, a single hairline fracture appeared, running perfectly along the seam of the circular seal. Using tiny hydraulic jacks, the team gently applied pressure to the center of the granite circle. With a heavy, grinding sigh that echoed across the silent valley, the circular seal smoothly pivoted inward, like a massive stone door opening into the heart of the mountain. The air that rushed out was not dry or dusty like the known tombs. It was cool, damp, and carried a complex, overwhelming aroma, a mixture of deep earth, exotic resins, and a faint, sweet floral fragrance. The interior passage was vast, its dimensions confirming the GPR's promise of the largest tomb in the valley. The passage was not carved like a tomb, descending and turning. It was a straight, massive corridor leading directly into the heart of the cliff. The walls were lined not with the usual painted plaster, but with slabs of polished, dark green serpentine, a stone historically associated with fertility and the regenerative power of the goddess Isis. At the end of the 100-foot corridor, the camera on the exploratory drone, immediately sent through the opening, showed a vast antechamber. In the center of the room, positioned directly above where the Hertz conduit terminated, stood a magnificent sarcophagus carved from a single block of translucent, milky white alabaster. Unlike the gilded shrines of Tutankhamun, this chamber was silent, massive, and overwhelmingly beautiful, designed to resemble a subterranean garden. The tomb of the first queen had been found, untouched and awaiting its true purpose. The energy conduit terminated exactly beneath the massive alabaster sarcophagus, confirming that the entire structure was a continuous part of the Hertz power network. Elias and his team were standing at the threshold of the greatest discovery in Egyptian history, led there by the silent, tragic, yet persistent ghost of Howard Carter, who had finally completed his life's work through the mind of a modern scientist. The next step was the quiet, necessary entry into the serene silence of the Queen's final resting place. Chapter 12. The Alabaster Sarcophagus. The entrance to the chamber of the First Queen, the largest void yet discovered in the Valley of the Kings, stood open. A massive, circular door swung inward to reveal a 100-foot corridor lined with dark green serpentine. Elias Vance and his team prepared for their initial, cautious entry, acutely aware that they were the first to step into a space sealed for over 3,000 years. The atmosphere inside the tomb was immediately different from the dry, suffocating air of other royal burials. The air was cool, damp, and perfectly still, saturated with the faint, sweet scent of long-evaporated oils and resins. The serpentine walls, polished to a high sheen, created a mesmerizing, dark mirror effect that doubled the space. The team deployed a small, remote-controlled rover equipped with advanced atmospheric and structural sensors. The goal was to confirm the integrity of the chamber, and most importantly, to measure the localized energy field surrounding the massive alabaster sarcophagus at the end of the main corridor. The rover's lights illuminated the corridor, which felt less like a tomb and more like a subterranean temple. After traversing the serpentine passage, the rover entered a colossal, rectangular antechamber. This chamber, unlike the chaotic antechambers of other tombs, was completely empty, save for the single object in the center. The sarcophagus was stunning. It was carved from a single vast block of milky white, translucent alabaster, about 12 feet long and 7 feet high. It was not adorned with the usual aggressive imagery of gods fighting chaos, but with delicate, flowing relief carvings of intertwined lotus flowers and papyrus reeds. It resembled a massive, serene bed carved from solidified light. The rover's instruments confirmed that the 4.5 Hz energy conduit, traced earlier through the bedrock, terminated exactly beneath the sarcophagus. The structure was a colossal, stone energy receiver. The alabaster, being naturally slightly piezoelectric and highly resonant, was channeling the energy from the conduit and maintaining a perfectly stable environment for the eternal Ka of the Queen. The sarcophagus itself emitted a faint, steady hum that registered on the acoustic sensors, not the chaotic energy of the pharaoh's ride, but a low, calming acoustic signature, a continuous measured chord. The sarcophagus isn't a coffin, Elias observed, watching the data stream. It's a resonant cradle. The alabaster amplifies and stabilizes the power from the core, turning the raw magnetic energy into a soothing, permanent acoustic envelope for the Queen's spirit. Lena, monitoring the magnetic field, pointed to a critical reading. The magnetic field around the alabaster was not spiking or dropping. It was perfectly, unnaturally stable. However, the field was creating an invisible barrier. The rover could not pass within 6 feet of the sarcophagus. Its motors and controls were temporarily nullified by the intense, stable magnetic field. "The field is too perfect," Lena whispered. "It's a perpetual, invisible guard, designed to repel any physical intrusion." Elias realized that the chamber's serene appearance masked a profound, technological defense mechanism. They could not physically approach the sarcophagus without risking severe magnetic interference. He directed the rover to focus its attention on the walls of the antechamber. They were not polished serpentine, but massive, highly polished slabs of gray quartzite, a material prized for its hardness and its natural crystalline structure. The quartzite slabs were covered in incredibly fine, incised hieroglyphic text, running from floor to ceiling. The text was unlike the standard funerary spells. It was a massive, continuous narrative detailing the life and, more importantly, the knowledge of the queen. Dr. Ua Rostova, monitoring the visual feed remotely, immediately identified the queen. The text referred to her as Nefert-Ka, meaning, beautiful is the soul, the principal wife of the pharaoh who built the obsidian core. The narrative confirmed that she was not just a consort, but the chief architect and spiritual engineer of the entire Valley of the King's power network. The text detailed the construction of the resonance chamber, the channeling of the 4.5 Hz energy, and the establishment of the Tritomb power network. The inscription was a final, complete technical manual for the entire system. However, one particular passage, carved in a deeper recess of the quartzite wall, drew Elia's attention. It was a clear, concise warning. The text described the energy conduit that fed the sarcophagus and stated that the 4.5 Hz signal was not merely for spiritual sustenance, but for a specific, ritualistic purpose: the Great Waking. The queen, according to the text, was not meant for eternal sleep, but for an eventual ritualistic reanimation. The constant flow of the 4.5 Hz energy was preparing her spirit for a single, momentous return. The text contained precise celestial and chronological calculations, indicating that this great waking was scheduled to occur on a specific date far in the future, synchronized with a cosmic event. The pharaoh's fiery chariot ride, the sudden, massive discharge of energy, was not just a ritual, it was the queen's annual required maintenance cycle, a necessary burst of power to keep the alabaster cradle charged for her return. And the ghost of Howard Carter, the persistent echo, was a final, accidental warning sign that the system had been prematurely disturbed. Elias realized the true, terrifying scale of the ancient ambition. The Valley of the Kings was not a cemetery. It was a vast, perpetual motion life support machine, designed to sustain the Queen's Ka until the cosmic moment of her resurrection. They had not just found a tomb, they had found a dormant patient, resting in a superconducting cradle, waiting for a long-scheduled appointment with eternity. The next step was clear, though fraught with danger. They had to translate the Queen's chronological calculations to determine the exact date of the Great Waking, the moment the entire power network would discharge completely for its final, intended purpose. Chapter 13. The Chronology of Resurrection. The discovery of the tomb of Nefert-Ka, the first queen and chief architect, and the confirmation that the Valley of the Kings was an immense, perpetual life support machine, presented Elias Vance with an urgent and terrifying task: deciphering the timing of the Great Waking. The entire 4.5 Hz power network was designed not for eternal sleep, but for a single, momentous resurrection, synchronized with a cosmic event far in the future. The key lay in the immense, incised narrative on the quartzite walls of the antechamber. Dr. Ua Rostova, utilizing the high-resolution photographic documentation, worked tirelessly to translate the complex chronological calculations. These were not simple Egyptian calendars. They were sophisticated astronomical formulas based on the precession of the equinoxes, the cycle of the star Sirius, and the orbital mechanics of the planet Jupiter, a planet associated with the god of fertility and creation. The text spoke of two pivotal markers: the Hemonk cycle, the cycle of the pharaoh's fiery ride, which occurred whenever the magnetic dip of the valley reached a specific, critical threshold. This was the required annual maintenance cycle, a sudden, massive discharge of power to keep the alabaster cradle charged. The Zeptepi alignment, the final, cataclysmic alignment required for the Queen's Ba, her traveling soul, to re-enter the physical world. This was the date of the Great Waking. Yua focused on the complex numerical sequences and astronomical symbols related to the Zep-Tepi alignment. The formula involved calculating the moment when the heliacal rising of Sirius, its first appearance just before dawn, aligned precisely with the 24th degree of the ascending node of Jupiter's orbit, as viewed from the latitude of the Valley of the Kings. This celestial configuration happens once every approximately 2,500 years. The formulas required the input of the original date of the tomb's sealing, which was thankfully provided in a cartouche within the narrative. Yua painstakingly inputted the ancient astronomical data and the Queen's complex calculations into a modern orbital mechanics simulation program. After a tense, nerve-wracking 80 hours of processing, the computer finally rendered a date. The simulation projected the convergence of the Queen's required celestial markers. Elias. Yua's voice crackled over the satellite line, devoid of its usual calm professionalism. The calculation is complete. The next Zep-Tepi alignment that satisfies the Queen's formula is precisely 223 days from today. A profound silence fell over the small base camp. 223 days. The Great Waking was not a distant, abstract event for the next millennium. It was a scheduled, impending catastrophe. The ancient machine was not merely running. It was winding down to its final, intended function. The gravity of the situation was immediate. The Great Waking would involve the total, catastrophic discharge of all the concentrated 4.5 Hz energy stored in the obsidian core, channeled through the alabaster sarcophagus. Elias immediately began calculating the potential yield of the core, based on the known magnetic dip of the Pharaoh's annual ride. The core contained enough stored energy for roughly 1,000 of those fiery rides. The total, sudden release of that energy would not be a mere ghost sighting. It would be a localized, massive electromagnetic pulse coupled with a seismic shockwave, sufficient to shatter the bedrock of the entire Valley of the Kings, collapsing all the ancient tombs and likely causing severe damage to the modern town of Luxor. Nefertka, the master architect, had designed her resurrection to occur in a blaze of power that would permanently seal her from any future intrusion, destroying the very valley she helped create. "We have to stop the flow," Elias stated, his voice tight. "The conduit feeding the Queen's tomb. We have to sever the connection to the core." Lena was already running simulations on how to interrupt the energy flow. The conduit material is likely a unique resonant composite, a mix of granite and highly magnetic iron dust, suspended in a liquid medium. Attacking it with conventional drills or explosives would cause an immediate, unpredictable discharge. The entire area could become supercharged. The only solution was to introduce a material directly into the conduit that would safely and permanently nullify the 4.5 Hz resonance, absorbing the energy flow without resistance. They needed a perfect magnetic insulator that was also non-conductive and could be pumped through the tiny 6-inch access hole of the architect's umbilical cord. They returned to the lessons of the Queen's own defenses. The Queen's seal, the circular door in the cliff face, had used a resonance-canceling material. Elias instructed Lena to analyze the precise mineral composition of the small samples they had taken from the seal's outer edge. They needed to synthesize that ancient, counter-resonant material in a liquid form. The team was now in a race against an ancient clock, armed with a deadline set by a pharaonic master architect 4,000 years ago. The persistent ghost of Howard Carter had not just revealed a tomb. He had given them the warning needed to prevent the total destruction of the valley and its irreplaceable history. The task was clear. Synthesize the counter-resonant fluid and send it deep into the earth to silence the perpetual heart of the Valley of the Kings before the great waking dawned. The silence of the desert now held the crushing weight of 223 days. Chapter 14. Synthesizing the Silence. The countdown to the Great Waking, 223 days until the total, cataclysmic discharge of the obsidian core, had turned the serene Valley of the Kings into a silent, high-stakes laboratory. Elias Vance's team was no longer focused on discovery, but on intervention. Their mission was to synthesize the ancient, counter-resonant material necessary to safely sever the flow of the 4.5 Hz energy into the Queen's tomb, thereby stabilizing the core and averting the predicted seismic and electromagnetic catastrophe. The critical sample was the small, dust-like residue collected from the perimeter of the Queen's tomb seal, the circular granite door in the cliff face that had nullified the resonant frequency. Dr. Ewa Rostova and Lena worked around the clock in a makeshift, shielded lab in Luxor, analyzing the incredibly complex mineral composition. The material was a revelation of ancient chemistry. It was primarily a composite of finely powdered hematite, an iron oxide known for its highly stable magnetic properties, mixed with a specialized, non-conductive clay, all bound together with a trace amount of a rare, natural resin derived from a now-extinct acacia tree. The brilliance lay in the combination. The hematite created a perfect, magnetic shield, absorbing the 4.5 Hz fluctuations, while the clay and resin provided structural rigidity and electrical insulation, preventing the absorbed energy from simply spiking into the surrounding bedrock. The resonance isn't stopped, Elias, Ewa explained during a late-night video conference. It's contained and converted into harmless, continuous low-level heat. The Queen's engineers created a perfect energy sink. We need to reproduce this, but in a liquid form we can pump into the umbilical cord. The first challenge was sourcing the raw materials. The hematite was readily available, but the specific, highly crystalline clay and the extinct acacia resin were impossible to find in a natural state. Lena, however, discovered a modern equivalent. A specialized ferrofluid, a liquid infused with nanoscale iron particles, used in high-end audio dampening technology, which could replicate the magnetic shielding effect. To mimic the resin's non-conductive and binding properties, they experimented with a highly specialized, non-reactive polymer gel. For 3 weeks, the lab was a blur of high-tech synthesis and ancient mineralogy. The goal was to create 100 liters of this magnetic nullifier gel, a viscous liquid capable of filling the 6-inch wide, 500-foot-long energy conduit that fed the Queen's sarcophagus. The initial tests were fraught with peril. When they introduced a small sample of the nullifier gel to a section of the conduit material, obtained from the small, breached access shaft, the gel worked too quickly. It instantly absorbed the 4.5 Hz signal, causing a violent, localized thermal spike and an acoustic shockwave in the surrounding rock. If they pumped the material too fast, the immediate total severing of the energy flow would act like a massive, sudden short circuit, potentially triggering the core to discharge prematurely. We can't just turn it off, we have to fade it, Elias concluded. The core is a living mechanism. It expects a gradual, continuous flow. If the flow stops too quickly, it registers as a system failure and could initiate the catastrophic Zep-Tepi alignment protocol. They modified the plan. Instead of a rapid injection, the nullifier gel had to be introduced in a slow, controlled manner, taking advantage of the natural viscosity of the liquid to flow at a precisely calculated rate. This would allow the core to slowly adjust to the diminishing energy flow over a period of 48 hours, essentially allowing the ancient machine to drift into a deep, regulated slumber instead of crashing catastrophically. Elias oversaw the construction of a custom-designed, low-pressure pumping system, complete with a continuous flow meter and a magnetic induction monitoring loop. This loop would track the moment the nullifier gel reached the Queen's alabaster sarcophagus, allowing them to confirm the permanent interruption of the 4.5 Hz energy flow. The final night of preparation was marked by a deep, unnerving quietness. The desert was utterly still. Elias and Lena stood beside the architect's umbilical cord, the narrow, 6-inch hole on the cliff face, now temporarily unsealed for the injection. The green magnetic light from the obsidian core below shimmered faintly out of the opening. "We are essentially performing a subtle 4,000-year delayed surgical procedure," Elias murmured to Lena. "We are silencing the machine but preserving the patient." Lena ran the final system diagnostics. The nullifier gel is stable. Flow rate is set to 1 liter per hour. The pressure gradient should push it to the Queen's sarcophagus in precisely 2 days. Before the injection began, Elias performed one last, necessary ritual. He took the powerful microphone from his acoustic array and lowered it into the shaft, directly above the pulsing green light of the obsidian core. He wanted one final, clean recording of the heart of the ancient machine before they silenced it. The microphone captured the low, continuous 4.5 Hz hum, the deep, primal thrumming of the Earth's channeled energy. It was a sound of immense, silent power, the pure tone of eternity. And woven within that hum, persistent and heartbreakingly clear, was the faint, rhythmic micropulse, the 7-pulse sequence, the data broadcast of the persistent ghost of Howard Carter. Elias listened, honoring the accidental cartographer who had inadvertently saved the valley. The ghost's message, pointing to the archive that revealed the Zep-Tepi calculations, was now complete. He was not a malevolent spirit, but an exhausted man, trapped in the loop of his final, unfinished work. With a heavy sense of finality, Elias retracted the microphone. Lena sealed the pump assembly onto the 6-inch shaft. "Initiate flow," Elias commanded softly. The pump began its gentle, slow cycle. The rich, dark nullifier gel began its long, 500-foot descent into the bedrock, flowing along the conduit's path toward the Queen's tomb. The green light of the obsidian core, visible in the flow monitor, began a slow, almost imperceptible dimming, its powerful magnetic field finally encountering the one thing it could not overcome, a perfectly synthesized silence. The 48-hour countdown to the permanent interruption of the power had begun. The Valley of the Kings, the greatest secret in the history of Egypt, now lay in the hands of a slow, controlled flow of liquid silence, engineered by a modern scientist guided by the persistent whisper of an ancient ghost. They had acted to protect the past from the future, ensuring the eternal, silent slumber of the pharaohs would remain unbroken. Chapter 15. The Sleepy Conclusion. The pumping of the nullifier gel continued for 2 days and 2 nights, a period of agonizing, silent waiting in the Valley of the Kings. Elias Vance and Lena monitored the flow from the architect's umbilical cord, their eyes glued to the magnetic induction loop and the flow meter. Every minute was a tense tick against the remaining time of the great waking countdown. The flow rate had to be perfect, slow enough to prevent a catastrophic discharge from the obsidian core, yet fast enough to reach and saturate the Queen's energy conduit before the celestial alignment dictated by Nefertka's ancient calculations arrived. At the 47th hour, The flow meter indicated that the entire 500-foot conduit, the primary energy line to the massive alabaster sarcophagus, was completely saturated with the dense, counter-resonant gel. The magnetic induction loop, which tracked the 4.5 Hz energy at the sarcophagus end, immediately registered the change. The familiar, rhythmic oscillation, the continuous hum of the Queen's life support, began to falter. The perfect sine wave of the 4.5 Hz resonance grew weaker, the amplitude diminishing rapidly as the nullifier gel fully contained and absorbed the magnetic flow. Within 30 minutes, the entire signal flatlined. The continuous, soothing hum that Elias had detected in the Queen's tomb was gone. The immense, ancient machine had been silenced, but the silence was not accompanied by violence. The slow, controlled severing of the energy flow had worked. The core, deprived of its power destination, did not crash or discharge. Instead, the obsidian core, now encased in a magnetic shield of its own making, simply registered the energy loss and adjusted to a minimal, stable running cycle, much like a complex engine shifting into a deep, indefinite idle. Elias ordered a final, deep earth magnetometer sweep of the entire valley floor. The results were conclusive. The total magnetic field was stable. The violent annual dips associated with the Pharaoh's fiery ride were eliminated, and the risk of the catastrophic Zep-Tepi alignment discharge was averted. The Valley of the Kings was once again merely a valley of tombs, its ancient power source neutralized and placed into permanent, sustainable slumber. The final act was sealing the entry point. Elias and Lena injected the 6-inch umbilical cord with a dense, permanent plug of modern, non-conductive epoxy resin, then meticulously covered the opening on the cliff face with weathered granite dust and mortar, restoring the illusion of virgin rock. The team then turned its attention to the annex of the persistent ghost, the place where Howard Carter's enduring message had been encoded. Having fulfilled its purpose, the subtle energy pulse that carried the 7-pulse microsequence, the ghost's map to the Queen's secrets, was now beginning to fade. As Elias placed the last stone back over the hidden entrance to the annex, he deployed the acoustic sensor one final time. The deep earth hum was present, the continuous low background tone of the Earth's natural magnetic field. But the 7-pulse microsequence, the persistent whisper of the spectral archaeologist, was gone. The energy anomaly that housed Carter's consciousness, no longer amplified or stimulated by the proximity of the active 4.5 Hz power flow, had finally dissipated. His work, inadvertently, was complete. The long, frustrating search that had trapped his spirit in the valley was over. The ghost was finally free. Elias stood back, looking up at the high, quiet cliffs. The scorching sun shone down on the silent, vast necropolis. The tombs of Tutankhamun and the Queen were once again deep, secure secrets, their ancient power contained and stabilized. The greatest discovery of perpetual energy was left untouched, a responsibility deferred, its knowledge encrypted in the Queen's walls for a future generation that might be wiser. He took a slow, deep breath of the hot, dust-laced air. The Valley of the Kings was silent again, a profound, deep, comfortable silence that invited contemplation, not fear. The adventure was over, the mystery solved, the impending disaster averted. Elias Vance had come to the valley searching for history, and he left having silently saved it. He packed his final bag, leaving behind only the dust of his footsteps. The ancient kings would sleep on, their eternal rest secured by the unexpected partnership of a modern scientist and a persistent, spectral echo from the past. The ambient whispers of the Valley of the Kings, now truly silenced, had finally drifted into a long, eternal, and perfectly peaceful slumber. Akhenaten's Ghost. Chapter 1. The White Expanse. The Farafra Desert, often simply called the White Desert, is a stark and hauntingly beautiful landscape in western Egypt. Far from the fertile green ribbon of the Nile, this is a world sculpted by wind and time, where chalk formations rise like immense, fossilized mushrooms, silent sentinels under an endless sky. It is a place of profound solitude, where the only sounds are the sigh of the wind and the crunch of crystalline sand underfoot. For the nomadic Bedouin tribes who traverse its ancient paths, and for the adventurous tourists who seek its otherworldly beauty, it is a landscape that can stir the soul and sometimes chill the heart. This remote expanse is known not only for its geological wonders, but also for a persistent, whispered legend. The sighting of a ghostly figure, tall and regal, wandering the chalky sands. The figure is almost always identified as a pharaoh, and the stories converge on one name: Akhenaten, the heretic king of the 18th dynasty. The legend suggests that Akhenaten, who dared to dismantle the ancient pantheon of Egyptian gods in favor of a single, all-encompassing deity, the Aten, was cursed by his angered priests after his death. His spirit, the stories say, was condemned to wander the desolate desert for eternity, a lonely punishment for his profound heresy. The sightings are consistently described as fleeting, chilling, and imbued with a deep, melancholic silence, a solitary figure against the vast, indifferent backdrop of the night sky. Our story begins with Dr. Aliyah Hassan, an Egyptologist specializing in the Amarna period, Akhenaten's reign. Aliyah was not a believer in literal ghosts. She was a scholar of cultural memory, psychological projection, and the potent influence of ancient belief systems on modern perception. The Farafra Desert, with its dramatic landscapes and deep historical resonance, presented a unique laboratory for her research into the persistence of myth. Aliyah had secured a research grant for an extended, 2-week expedition into the heart of the White Desert. Her equipment was not spiritual but scientific. High-resolution telescopic cameras, advanced atmospheric pressure sensors, infrasound detectors, and a portable, ground-penetrating radar unit. She aimed to document environmental conditions during reported sightings, correlating perceived phenomena with measurable atmospheric or geological anomalies. She suspected that the stark landscape, extreme temperature shifts, and natural desert phenomena like mirages or dust devils were being interpreted through the powerful lens of the Akhenaten legend. Her initial days in the desert were spent establishing a base camp near a cluster of particularly striking chalk formations, known locally as the Mushrooms of Osiris, a point often cited in apparition reports. The days were long, hot, and brilliant, the sun bleaching the sky to an almost painful white. The nights were clear, cold, and vast, the stars a glittering canopy unmarred by city lights. Aliyah meticulously documented the desert's subtle, natural rhythms. The consistent diurnal temperature shift, from 40 degrees Celsius during the day to a frigid 5 degrees at night, created dramatic changes in air density and atmospheric refraction. The wind, though often gentle, carried fine dust particles that could create complex optical effects in the distant haze. Infrasound sensors, though mostly registering the low rumble of distant sand dunes or rare seismic shifts, occasionally picked up the deep, non-audible thump of a rock expanding or contracting under extreme thermal stress. On the 5th night of her expedition, Aliyah was positioned atop a tall chalk monolith, using her telescopic camera to scan the horizon. The moon was a slender crescent, casting long, fractured shadows across the white expanse. The air was perfectly still and the silence was profound, broken only by the faint tink of her camera equipment. At precisely 3 o'clock in the morning, her infrasound detector, a highly sensitive device placed 50 meters from her position on the desert floor, registered a distinct, low-frequency spike at approximately 10 hertz. It was a single, deep, non-audible thump, a sound too distinct to be geological expansion. The pulse was localized and originated from approximately 1 kilometer to the northwest. Alia immediately swept her telescopic camera toward the source. The view was breathtakingly clear, the desert bathed in the pale moonlight. And then she saw it. On the distant horizon, near a cluster of smaller, mushroom-shaped formations, a tall, slender figure appeared. It was indistinct, shimmering slightly against the stark white of the desert, almost perfectly camouflaged by the pale landscape. The figure was dark against the lighter ground, elongated and unnaturally still. It appeared to be walking slowly, deliberately, toward the southeast, directly away from Alia's position. Alia's heart gave a sudden, hard lurch. Her scientific detachment warred with a primal awe. The figure was undeniably humanoid, tall and regal in its bearing, consistent with the pharaonic descriptions. It was moving with an unnerving, fluid grace, seeming to glide over the uneven terrain. Her mind raced, desperately seeking a rational explanation. A distant Bedouin traveler, unlikely given the time and the figure's lack of a visible vehicle. A peculiar mirage, possibly, but the figure's sustained movement and clear outline seemed too consistent. As Alia watched, completely mesmerized, the figure suddenly faltered. It paused for a long moment, then slowly, deliberately turned its head. The head was indistinct, a dark outline against the pale desert. But Alia felt an intense, chilling focus emanating from it. The sensation was not visual but visceral, a profound, unsettling awareness that the figure, a kilometer away, had somehow become aware of her observation. The figure held its gaze for a full 10 seconds. Then, as silently and suddenly as it had appeared, it began to dissipate. It did not fade or shimmer away like a mirage. It slowly, methodically seemed to unravel, its form stretching vertically, losing definition and finally scattering into the faint, ambient dust of the desert night. Within 20 seconds it was gone, leaving only the endless, empty expanse. Alia remained frozen, the telescopic camera still pressed to her eye long after the figure had vanished. Her infrasound detector registered nothing further. The air was still, and the silence was absolute. The apparition had been chilling, fleeting, and profoundly lonely. It was a perfect match for the legend. But Alia knew it was not a ghost. It was something else, a complex, localized atmospheric phenomenon that was not merely a passive illusion but possessed a subtle, unnerving directional awareness. The ghost of Akhenaten was not merely wandering, it was actively reacting to observation. Chapter 2. The $10 Hertz Heartbeat. The profound stillness that followed the dissipation of the slender figure left Dr. Alia Hassan shaken, yet intensely focused. The apparition she witnessed in the Farafra desert was more than a mere trick of the light. Its movement, its unnerving stillness, and most significantly, its deliberate reaction, the slow turn of the head toward her position, suggested a level of organization that transcended a simple desert mirage or atmospheric anomaly. Alia reviewed the raw data from the encounter. The timeline was critical. The initial deep $10 Hertz infrasound pulse registered at precisely 3 o'clock in the morning. This was the entity's acoustic signature. The figure appeared moments later, moving slowly toward the southeast. 1 minute and 40 seconds into the observation, the figure stopped, turned its head, registering what appeared to be directional awareness. 10 seconds after that, the figure began to unravel, dissipating into the ambient air. The 10 Hz pulse was the key. This frequency is extremely low, falling into the category of physiological resonance, known to directly affect human brain waves and internal organs. The ancient Egyptians, Aliyah recalled from her studies, were masters of architectural acoustics, often building temples and tombs that resonated at specific, low frequencies to induce altered states of consciousness. The frequency, 10 Hz, felt deliberate, almost like a massive, slow heartbeat echoing across the desert. Aliyah theorized that the figure was a complex atmospheric and electrostatic phenomenon, not a spiritual entity, but one that was somehow being modulated or powered by a deep-seated geological or subterranean energy source. The White Desert's chalk formations are highly porous and contain vast underground water sources. This geology creates immense pressure differentials and electrostatic buildup, especially during the extreme thermal shifts of the night. The question was, why did the figure appear near a distant cluster of formations, and why did it move in that specific, slow manner? Aliyah spent the entire next day cross-referencing her initial sighting coordinates with high-resolution satellite topography. She discovered that the appearance and dissipation points were not random. They were situated directly above two distinct, parallel subterranean fault lines that ran through the bedrock beneath the chalk layer. The figure appeared on the first fault line and vanished upon reaching the second, walking the distance between the two lines. The fault lines, deep fractures in the earth, were acting as natural wave guides and conduits for the subterranean energy. The Akhenaten phenomenon was not a spirit wandering the desert. It was an electrostatic discharge walking a geological pathway. The slow, deliberate movement of the figure was the speed at which the discharge was transferred and sustained between the two fault lines, using the immense electrostatic energy stored in the highly porous, dry chalk above the water table. The figure was a manifestation of walking electricity, made visible by the ionization of fine dust particles in its immediate vicinity. The unnerving directional awareness of the figure, the moment it turned its head toward Aliyah's observation post, was still the most chilling detail. Aliyah theorized that her high-resolution telescopic camera, which utilized small, sensitive electromagnetic coils for focusing and tracking, was generating a localized magnetic field. When the walking electrostatic field of the apparition crossed this field, it created a momentary magnetic interaction, a subtle force that caused the visible discharge to momentarily stop and reorient, effectively turning its head. The figure was not seeing her. It was reacting to her technology. The full picture was emerging. The ghost was a powerful, rhythmic geoacoustic and electrostatic phenomenon, fueled by the desert's specific geology and modulated by a rhythmic 10 Hz acoustic pulse, the heartbeat of the desert. Aliyah modified her equipment immediately. She needed to capture the phenomenon again, but this time, she needed to measure the specific electrostatic potential and the magnetic vector of the discharge itself. She constructed a remote, stationary Faraday cage, a large meshed enclosure designed to block external electromagnetic fields, and placed a highly sensitive electrostatic voltmeter inside it, precisely along the path between the two fault lines. This would allow her to measure the phenomenon without the interference of her own equipment. She returned to her observation post the following night. The moon was higher, the air colder, and the silence even more profound. At the exact same time, 3 o'clock in the morning, the 10 Hz acoustic signature struck again. Thump. Aliyah swept her camera toward the location. The figure materialized, tall, slender, and slow-moving, beginning its march between the two fault lines. It was majestic and profoundly lonely, perfectly fitting the image of the cursed pharaoh. As the figure passed the location of the concealed Faraday cage, Aaliyah watched the electrostatic voltmeter readings intently. The numbers spiked violently. The apparition possessed an immense, sustained electrostatic potential of over 50,000 volts. It was truly a high-voltage, walking discharge. But the discharge was not static. It was rhythmic. The voltage rose and fell subtly, perfectly synchronized with the continued 10 Hz acoustic pulses now being registered by the acoustic array. The acoustic pulse was not just a side effect. It was actively modulating the voltage of the discharge, providing the rhythmic beat that sustained the figure's movement. Aaliyah realized the final truth of the legend. The figure was sustained by the 10 Hz pulse, the heartbeat of the desert. Akhenaten, the pharaoh who championed the solar disk, the Aten, was being manifested by the very heartbeat of the earth he had tried to ignore, eternally walking the path of the suppressed gods. The subtle rhythmic energy was the key, and Aaliyah knew she had to find the ultimate source of that rhythmic 10 Hz acoustic pulse to truly understand the nature of the desert's haunting. Chapter 3. The Well of Dissonance. Having confirmed that the spectral figure of Akhenaten was a high-voltage, rhythmic electrostatic discharge modulated by a deep, persistent 10 Hz infrasound pulse, the heartbeat of the desert, Dr. Aaliyah Hassan focused her entire effort on locating the source of that rhythmic acoustic energy. The 10 Hz pulse was the key. It was the rhythm that gave the apparition its timing, its sustained power, and its terrifying predictability, always striking precisely at 3 o'clock in the morning. This implied a highly stable, mechanical, or geological engine. Aaliyah spent the morning mapping the distribution of the 10 Hz signal from her previous 2 sightings. The pulses, though originating 1 kilometer from her camp, were too powerful to be created by superficial factors like wind. The energy had to be subterranean, amplified by a specific geological structure acting as a massive acoustic resonating chamber. She used her portable ground-penetrating radar, which she had previously utilized for archaeological surveys, to scan the area where the infrasound originated. The ground-penetrating radar, or GPR, sends electromagnetic pulses into the Earth and maps the reflections to identify changes in density, often revealing buried structures or voids. Aaliyah's GPR sweep revealed a significant anomaly beneath the chalk layer at the source coordinates. Approximately 30 meters below the surface, the chalk gave way to a massive, perfectly circular void. The structure was unnaturally precise, too geometric to be a simple cave or collapse. It was enormous, roughly 50 meters in diameter, suggesting either a colossal natural sinkhole or, more compellingly for an Egyptologist, an immense, deliberate subterranean construction. This massive, circular void beneath the Earth was the perfect candidate for the acoustic resonating chamber. Its sheer size and depth would allow the long, deep 10 Hz acoustic wave to form, sustain, and be amplified before escaping to the surface as the rhythmic thump that synchronized the phantom's walk. The realization was profound. The engineers of ancient Egypt, renowned for their command of acoustics in temples, might have deliberately created or exploited this massive subterranean structure. The priests who legendarily cursed Akhenaten might not have cursed him spiritually, but scientifically, by designing a subtle, continuous acoustic punishment that only the desert geology could sustain. Aaliyah focused the GPR on the ceiling of the void, searching for any weakness or collapse point that could serve as an access shaft. The desert floor was mostly smooth, but the radar revealed a single, vertical seam in the rock, almost perfectly centered above the vast circular chamber. She drove her jeep to the coordinates, confirming the subtle depression on the surface. The seam was a narrow, vertical fissure, perhaps only 6 inches wide, almost completely obscured by fine, wind-blown sand. This narrow crack was the only physical vent connecting the massive subterranean resonating chamber to the world above. It was the well of dissonance, the precise point where the 10 Hz acoustic energy escaped the earth. Alia spent the rest of the day preparing for a subterranean descent. This was far beyond the scope of a standard archaeological survey, requiring technical climbing gear and specialized sensor packages. Her goal was not to explore the structure, but to measure the mechanism, to place sensors inside the chamber to definitively identify the source of the mechanical energy creating the 10 Hz pulse. As the brutal desert sun set, casting the chalk formations into fractured, long shadows, Alia suited up. She lowered a small, high-powered LED light down the narrow fissure. The light vanished into the void, confirming the chamber's immense depth and size. The narrowness of the crack made the descent extremely challenging, requiring her to remove her heavy scientific backpack and lower it separately on a static line. She carefully secured her harness, checked her oxygen supply, always necessary when dealing with unknown subterranean atmospheres, and began her slow, arduous descent into the well of dissonance. The descent was long and quiet, the only sound the scrape of her gear against the chalk walls and the soft groan of the ropes. After what felt like an eternity, Alia's feet touched down onto a soft, sandy floor. She retrieved her backpack and shone her light into the vast darkness. The beam vanished into an immense, echoing space. The chamber was staggering in its size and perfect symmetry, confirming the GPR readings. The air was cold, dry, and perfectly still, but immediately, Alia felt a deep, low pressure against her eardrums and chest. The subtle, continuous, non-audible presence of the 10 Hz energy already circulating within the massive space. Alia moved to the center of the chamber and deployed her most sensitive sensor package, a triaxial accelerometer designed to measure minute mechanical vibrations in the surrounding rock. She was searching for the prime mover, the actual physical process creating the rhythmic acoustic wave. As she worked, the ambient pressure of the 10 Hz wave grew stronger, inducing a subtle, nauseous feeling of dizziness. She finished the deployment and began her climb back up, racing against the clock. The ghost walked at 3 o'clock in the morning, and she did not want to be trapped in the chamber when the rhythmic pulse reached its nocturnal peak. She reached the surface just as the moon achieved its zenith. Exhausted, Alia quickly reset her camp and focused her acoustic array on the narrow vent of the well of dissonance. At precisely 3 o'clock, the familiar 10 Hz thump struck, a massive, focused pulse escaping the crack in the earth. The sound was immediately followed by the appearance of the tall, silent figure walking its geological pathway a kilometer away. But this time, Alia had the subterranean data. The triaxial accelerometer had successfully recorded the activity within the resonating chamber. The data streamed in, confirming the vast, sustained presence of the 10 Hz wave. But the acoustic pulse was not generated by a single seismic shift. It was created by a massive, rhythmic shift in the subterranean water table. The movement of immense amounts of water, deep within the bedrock, was being driven by the subtle gravitational pull of the moon and the vast pressure changes of the desert night. The rhythmic movement of this enormous body of water, amplified by the precise geometry of the subterranean chamber, was creating a powerful, rhythmic 10 Hz acoustic wave, the heartbeat of the desert. The phantom was a high-voltage manifestation of an ancient, rhythmic hydroacoustic process, a natural engine of eternal punishment. Akhenaten was not cursed by priests, but by the relentless, rhythmic physics of the desert itself. Aliyah now knew what powered the ghost. She had to find why the priests knew about this specific subterranean chamber. Chapter 4. The Geometry of the Curse. The discovery that the ghost of Akhenaten was sustained by a rhythmic, 10 Hz hydroacoustic pulse, the massive, lunar-driven movement of subterranean water amplified by the well of dissonance, was a staggering scientific breakthrough. Dr. Aliyah Hassan now understood the phenomenon's mechanism, but the historical puzzle remained. How did the ancient Egyptian priests, who allegedly cursed the pharaoh, know about this specific subterranean chamber and its precise acoustic properties? The chamber, hidden 30 meters beneath the Farafra Desert, was not a natural occurrence. Its perfect 50-meter diameter was too symmetrical. Aliyah theorized that the structure was deliberately engineered, or at least heavily modified, to serve as an immense acoustic engine. This suggested the priests of the suppressed gods like Amun possessed a sophisticated, but now forgotten, knowledge of geoacoustics. Aliyah needed to find the archaeological link. If the priests had used the chamber as a mechanism of eternal punishment, there must be a subtle trace of their activity on the surface, a point of access or ritual marking beyond the narrow fissure she had used for her descent. She returned to the coordinates of the well of dissonance during the harsh light of midday, the best time for surface examination. She carefully cleared the sand around the main fissure, searching for any carved stones, hieroglyphs, or pottery shards that might link the site to the Amun priesthood. The area was barren, utterly unmarked by time or human presence, save for the faint tire tracks of her own jeep. Aliyah widened her search, moving outward from the fissure in expanding circles. She turned her attention to the large, naturally formed chalk monoliths that dominated the area. These formations were often used by ancient desert travelers as landmarks or subtle religious markers. She spent hours brushing away fine layers of wind-blown dust from the base of the nearest large mushroom-shaped formation. Finally, on the smooth, polished surface of the chalk, she discovered a subtle, deliberate incision. It was not a hieroglyph, but an extremely deep, mathematically precise geometric carving. It was a massive, two-dimensional projection of a concave dish, etched into the chalk surface. The lines were faint, worn by millennia of sand abrasion, but still clearly visible. Aliyah, recognizing the mathematical symmetry, immediately began to take measurements. The carving was not random. It perfectly represented the geometric cross-section of the massive, circular subterranean chamber beneath her. The carving included small, precisely marked points that correlated exactly with the location of the chamber's vertical fissure and the known fault lines used by the apparition. This geometric carving was the priest's blueprint, a clear, enduring record of their acoustic punishment mechanism. It was an arcane map detailing the physical architecture of the curse. The priests had not relied on a spoken spell to damn Akhenaten. They had encoded his eternal punishment into the geoacoustic landscape. The discovery was chilling. It meant the priests knew the following: the exact location and size of the subterranean chamber, the specific 10 Hz resonant frequency produced by the chamber's volume, and the rhythmic movement of the underlying water. The power of 10 Hz to induce physiological stress, perfectly mimicking the emotional burden of the curse. The location of the external conduits, the fault lines, that would carry the electrostatic discharge, the physical manifestation of the curse above ground. They had essentially built an immense, self-sustaining acoustic machine of damnation. The cursed king's spirit was bound to a path of high-voltage electrostatic discharge, its movements synchronized by the 10 Hz heartbeat of the desert, all thanks to a deliberate act of geoacoustic engineering. Alia realized the final layer of the mystery lay in the timing. Why did the apparition appear precisely at 3 o'clock in the morning? She reviewed the tidal data for the subterranean water table. The gravitational pull of the moon and the vast reservoir of water caused the most dramatic, rapid movement. The peak hydraulic displacement, not at midnight or dawn, but in the deep, cold, silent hour of 3 o'clock. This was the moment of maximum compression, the highest energy output for the 10 Hz pulse. The apparition was the ultimate high-water mark of the desert's power. The curse was a masterpiece of scientific malice. The priests, stripped of their power by Akhenaten's revolution, had crafted a silent, self-sustaining ritual that required no physical maintenance, relying instead on the eternal cycles of the moon, the water, and the earth. Alia felt an overwhelming reverence for the sheer, terrible ingenuity of the ancient world. Her investigation had uncovered not a ghost, but a perfectly engineered, millennia-old acoustic deterrent system. However, the ghost of Akhenaten still walked its path every night. Alia had found the blueprint and the engine, but the phenomenon remained active. To truly end the legend and satisfy her scientific curiosity, she had to find a way to disrupt the resonance and stop the rhythmic 10 Hz pulse without causing a catastrophic geological collapse. The immense, ancient curse required a modern, elegant scientific solution. Chapter 5. The Counter-Resonance Protocol. The geometric carving found on the chalk monolith confirmed Dr. Alia Hassan's theory. The priests of the suppressed gods had deliberately engineered a colossal, self-sustaining acoustic machine of damnation. The well of dissonance was not a natural occurrence, but a modified hydroacoustic resonator that used the immense, rhythmic flow of the subterranean water table to generate the precise 10 Hz pulse, the heartbeat of the desert, that modulated the Akhenaten electrostatic apparition. Alia's goal now was not observation, but interruption. The curse was sustained by resonance. To break it, she needed to introduce dissonance. She had to find a way to disrupt the perfect, rhythmic stability of the 10 Hz acoustic wave within the massive subterranean chamber, effectively canceling the pulse without damaging the structural integrity of the chalk layer above. A catastrophic intervention, such as explosives, would risk destabilizing the water table and causing a massive sinkhole, which was unacceptable. The solution had to be elegant and acoustic. Alia devised the counter-resonance protocol. The principle was simple. Introduce a second, opposing sound wave of identical frequency but inverted phase into the subterranean chamber. When the original 10 Hz thump met its mirror image, the negative wave, the two would cancel each other out, resulting in instantaneous acoustic nullification. The challenge was generating a stable, powerful 10 Hz opposing wave and delivering it 30 meters down the narrow, serpentine fissure of the well of dissonance. Alia utilized a large, heavy-duty seismic vibrator plate, an instrument normally used in geological surveys to generate controlled acoustic waves into the earth. She modified the plate, attaching it to a custom-built, heavy polymer rod that could be lowered precisely into the fissure. The vibrator plate would serve as her modern acoustic cannon. She programmed the device to track the rhythmic pulse. Using the GPR data, she calibrated the polymer rod to stop precisely 10 meters above the floor of the chamber, ensuring the counterwave would propagate evenly throughout the massive void. The timing was crucial. The counterwave had to be emitted at the exact moment the 10 Hz pulse began its ascent from the chamber floor, resulting in a perfect phase inversion at the central point of the chamber. The preparation took the entire day. Aaliyah reinforced the polymer rod and the plate with heavy sandbags to prevent any uncontrolled oscillation or vibration from reaching the surface. She needed the entire energy of the plate to be channeled directly into the earth. As the sun began its swift descent, painting the white desert in shades of rose and then deep indigo, Aaliyah felt the familiar, heavy silence that preceded the nightly phenomenon. The air temperature dropped rapidly, and the desert's massive, silent energy began to coil. She positioned the Jeep a safe distance away and connected the power supply to the seismic vibrator plate. She then waited, watching the digital clock on her console tick toward the moment of maximum hydraulic displacement. The tension was immense. If her phase calculation was even slightly off, the counterwave would not cancel the original pulse. It would amplify it. An amplified 10 Hz pulse in such a large chamber could cause a phenomenon far more violent than a walking ghost, potentially inducing ground tremors, or, worse, creating a powerful, localized acoustic standing wave that could affect her physiological functions at a distance. The clock read 02:59 a.m. The deep, heavy quiet of the Farafra Desert pressed in on her. At 03:00:00, the first rhythmic beat of the heartbeat of the desert struck. It was the familiar, deep 10 Hz thump, originating from the fissure 1 kilometer away. Aaliyah didn't hesitate. She activated the seismic vibrator plate. The heavy plate shuddered, and the custom-built polymer rod began to vibrate intensely, channeling the opposing 10 Hz wave 30 meters down the narrow fissure and into the resonant chamber. The energy transfer was immediate. For a terrifying 5 seconds, Aaliyah heard nothing but a chaotic, roaring clash in the air, the sound of two immense, opposing acoustic forces fighting for dominance inside the earth. The ground under her feet vibrated intensely, a deep, unsettling tremor that suggested the very bedrock was convulsing. She glanced at her distant acoustic detector, focused on the point where the ghost usually appeared. The rhythmic 10 Hz pulse, instead of spiking, was immediately dropping toward 0, but the energy was chaotic, spiking and crashing violently. Then, at 03:00:05, the internal acoustic array went silent. The tremor stopped. The roaring clash vanished. The only sound was the distant hiss of the cooling vibrator plate. The heartbeat of the desert, the ancient, cursed rhythm, was gone, replaced by a profound, utter acoustic void. Aaliyah immediately swept her telescopic camera to the ghost's pathway near the subterranean fault lines. The landscape was empty. There was no tall, slender figure. There was no shimmering, electrostatic discharge. The place where Akhenaten had walked for millennia was utterly, peacefully blank. The counter-resonance protocol had worked. The immense, geoacoustic power of the curse was silenced. The figure was not banished. Its very engine was deactivated. The curse had relied on the eternal rhythm of the earth, and Aaliyah had used modern science to interrupt that rhythm, achieving a final, silent victory. The long watch was over, and the only thing left was the immense, quiet satisfaction of the solved mystery, and the slow, calm process of packing up her equipment under the vast, silent gaze of the moon. Chapter 6: The Secondary Signal. The profound, absolute silence that followed the activation of the counter-resonance protocol confirmed Dr. Aaliyah Hassan's success. The rhythmic 10 Hz heartbeat of the desert, the hydroacoustic pulse generated by the well of dissonance, was successfully nullified, replacing the deep, unsettling thump with an inert acoustic void. The pathway that the electrostatic apparition of Akhenaten had walked for millennia remained empty under the moonlight. The curse, fueled by an ancient acoustic engine, was deactivated. Alia spent the hours until dawn meticulously confirming the data. The subterranean triaxial accelerometer, still in the chamber, showed a flat, non-resonant line. The intense, high-voltage electrostatic potential that usually characterized the area was now nominal. The ghost was structurally impossible. As the sun rose, casting deep, violet shadows over the chalk formations, Alia began the slow, meditative process of retrieving her equipment, starting with the heavy seismic vibrator plate and the polymer rod. The air was frigid, the silence immense, and the feeling of victory was deep and satisfying. However, as she reached the point where the polymer rod had pierced the well of dissonance, her magnetic detector, one of the smaller, passive devices left running near the fissure, began to register a subtle, non-rhythmic fluctuation. It was not the 10 Hz pulse, which was a clear, organized sine wave. This new energy was a rapid, chaotic magnetic flutter, a low-intensity, high-frequency variation that peaked and troughed violently every few seconds. Alia named it the secondary signal. The magnitude of the fluctuation was too small to be dangerous, but its presence was perplexing. The 10 Hz pulse was the primary engine, the key to the phantom stability. If that engine was silenced, why was there residual, chaotic energy still flowing from the geological conduit? Alia realized her focus on the acoustic mechanism might have overlooked a secondary, more subtle electromagnetic component of the ancient curse. The priests who engineered the well of dissonance might have created a system with dual redundancy. She theorized that the 10 Hz pulse was the trigger and synchronizer. It organized the apparition and gave it its rhythmic movement. But the chaotic magnetic flutter might be the latent power supply, the continuous, low-level charge that the subterranean chalk structure retained, independent of the hydroacoustic rhythm. Alia quickly deployed her ground-penetrating radar again, focusing on the area immediately surrounding the well of dissonance fissure. She needed to know what conductive or magnetic materials the priests might have used to stabilize the chamber and harness this secondary energy. The GPR scan revealed the original, massive, 50-meter void beneath, but it also highlighted a secondary feature: a thin, dense, and unnaturally long line of high-conductivity material that ran from the edge of the large chamber, up toward the surface, terminating exactly 5 meters from the chalk monolith, where Alia had discovered the geometric blueprint. This long, continuous conductive line suggested an intentional, buried electromagnetic conduit. Given the era, this material would almost certainly be copper or an iron-rich ore, purposefully buried by the priests. This line would have acted as a massive grounding rod or a subterranean capacitor, continuously drawing and storing the massive static charge that builds up in the dry, porous chalk layers of the desert. The apparition was an electrostatic discharge walking a geological path, powered by the continuous charge stored in this conductive line, and rhythmically switched on by the 10 Hz pulse. By silencing the acoustic pulse, Alia had effectively shut off the switch, but the power supply, the charged, buried copper conduit, was still retaining and chaotically releasing its latent energy. If this secondary energy remained, it was only a matter of time before a new natural rhythm, perhaps an intense wind shear or a massive thermal shock, would align to become a new synchronizer, and the phenomenon would return in a new form. Alia knew she had to neutralize the conductive conduit. The challenge was that the line was buried deep and ran directly beneath the immense chalk monoliths, making excavation impossible. The solution, like the acoustic neutralization, had to be non-kinetic and precise. She retrieved the small, remaining vial of the highly reactive chelation, gel she carried for emergency archaeological corrosion treatment. This was a specialized chemical agent designed to rapidly bond with and neutralize copper oxide and other metal compounds, rendering them chemically inert. If she could introduce this gel into the ground at the source of the buried conduit, it might chemically neutralize the conductive material, severing the power supply. Using the GPR readings, Aaliyah pinpointed the terminus of the buried conduit, a small, highly magnetic, and electrically active point on the desert floor near the base of the geometric blueprint monolith. She carefully drilled a narrow, deep borehole at this precise point, aiming to reach the buried material. As the drill bit finally struck the conductive line 30 feet down, the magnetic detector in the Jeep spiked violently. The chaotic magnetic flutter intensified immediately, responding to the physical breach in its protective layer. Aaliyah could feel the magnetic energy, a sudden, intense vibration in the drill itself, a humming and buzzing that felt almost alive. She knew she had seconds before the breach might trigger an uncontrolled, high-voltage release. She quickly pulled the drill bit, attached a narrow injection tube into the borehole, and poured the precious, limited supply of chelation gel into the ground. The liquid vanished instantly, racing down the tube to meet the ancient, buried copper conduit. She had unleashed a silent, aggressive chemical process into the very heart of the curse's power supply, hoping that the chelation gel would spread along the length of the conduit, chemically dissolving the source of the latent energy and bringing a final, absolute silence to the desert. Chapter 7. The Silence of the Conductor. The injection of the potent chelation gel into the deep borehole marked the beginning of a crucial, chemical phase of Dr. Aaliyah Hassan's counteroperation. The gel was now aggressively spreading along the buried conductive line, the ancient, intentional subterranean capacitor, designed by the priests to maintain the electrostatic charge that fueled the Akhenaten Phantom. Having silenced the rhythmic 10 Hz acoustic switch, Aaliyah was now dismantling the chaotic latent power supply. The immediate result was not silence, but a violent, magnetic death rattle. The sensitive magnetic detector on Aaliyah's console spiked to its maximum limit. The ground around the injection site began to hum, a continuous, high-pitched mechanical whine caused by the immense, chaotic magnetic field rapidly collapsing as the chelation process consumed the conductive material. The buried copper conduit, stripped of its protective oxide layer by the gel, was violently discharging its millennia-long accumulated static charge. Aaliyah retreated to the Jeep, watching the intense, invisible struggle in the earth. The humming continued for a full 10 minutes, a sound of immense energy frantically trying to sustain itself against chemical neutralization. The intense magnetic flutter, the secondary signal that had perplexed her, was now manifesting as a physical vibration in the very chalk of the desert floor. Then, just as suddenly as it began, the magnetic humming ceased. Aaliyah waited, monitoring her instruments. The magnetic detector dropped from its maximum reading to absolute zero. The ground-penetrating radar, when focused on the buried line, showed the high-conductivity signature had been replaced by a diffused, chemically inert trace. The entire length of the subterranean conduit was neutralized, its capacity to hold an electrostatic charge completely destroyed. The desert was now quiet in a way that was almost frightening, a level of absolute silence that felt deeper and more profound than the normal quiet of a remote location. Even the usual background magnetic noise of the earth seemed to have been momentarily dampened. The heartbeat of the desert was gone, and now the power supply was also gone. Aaliyah knew the phenomenon was definitively neutralized. The Ghost's engine was ruined, and its battery was dead. The long curse of the heretic king, sustained by a perfect marriage of ancient geometry and natural energy, was over. The long day was spent in the meditative routine of full sensor retrieval. She packed the acoustic arrays, the GPR unit, and the chemical injection gear. The sight of the chalk monoliths, the mushrooms of Osiris, no longer felt menacing or resonant. They were merely geological formations, beautiful and silent under the relentless sun. As the second night of absolute silence descended upon the Farafra desert, Aaliyah treated herself to a small, symbolic ritual. She drove her jeep back to the original sighting location, the path between the two subterranean fault lines. She set up her simple camping chair and a low-powered observational camera. She was no longer looking for the ghost. She was simply observing the emptiness where the ghost had been. The moon rose, bathing the white chalk in an ethereal, soft light. At precisely 3 o'clock in the morning, the moment of maximum hydraulic displacement, the moment when the rhythmic 10 Hz thump used to strike, and the figure of Akhenaten used to materialize, Aaliyah's acoustic detector remained absolutely flat. The ground was silent. The air was stable. The only phenomenon that occurred was a very gentle, slow thermal shift in the ambient air, a natural, non-physical wave of cold air rolling down from the high formations. This was the true, benign reality of the desert night, previously warped into the chilling vision of a pharaoh's curse. The emotional terror was replaced by simple, cold physics. Aaliyah watched the long, silent hours pass, not with the anxiety of a scientist hunting an anomaly, but with the quiet satisfaction of a caretaker completing her duty. The land was healed, the ancient malice diffused, and the psychological trigger rendered inert. She realized the essence of the legend she had just dismantled. Akhenaten's punishment was not eternal damnation, but eternal, forced repetition, walking the same high-voltage path to the rhythm of the Earth's pulse. Aaliyah had not freed a spirit. She had merely broken the circuit of a perfectly engineered, self-sustaining ritual of physical recurrence. As the first faint light of dawn painted the eastern sky a pale, gentle gold, Aaliyah felt the profound, deep exhaustion that only comes after the elimination of a great, pervasive danger. She was ready to leave the desert, to leave the ancient physics behind, and to return to the simple, predictable quiet of her life in Cairo. The mystery was solved, the data was secured, and the white desert was silent. Chapter 8. The Road Back. The white desert, cured of its ancient acoustic malady, was transformed in Dr. Aaliyah Hassan's eyes. It was no longer a laboratory of resonant dread, but simply a magnificent, if harsh, landscape of chalk and sand. The sheer physical reality of the desert, the hot, dry air, the endless blue sky, the crunch of her boots on the fine, crystalline ground, felt stable and predictable in a way that had been impossible only a few days prior. Aaliyah spent the morning dismantling her base camp. Every piece of specialized equipment, the acoustic arrays, the magnetic coils, the seismic plate, and the now silent barometer, was packed carefully into specialized, dust-proof cases. These instruments were the only silent witnesses to the systematic, scientific dismantling of the curse. As she drove her jeep out of the field, Aaliyah took one last, long look back at the mushrooms of Osiris and the chalk monolith where the geometric blueprint of the curse lay hidden. The curse of Akhenaten was an astonishing example of ancient engineering, a perfectly synchronized system that exploited three natural forces simultaneously: hydroacoustics, the rhythmic movement of the subterranean water table generating the $10 Hertz pulse, geoelectricity, the vast electrostatic charge retained by the dry chalk and channeled by the buried copper conduit, geostructure. the subterranean fault lines that guided the high-voltage discharge, and the massive, circular chamber that amplified the sound. The priests of Amun had essentially created a ritual that ran on geological power, ensuring their revenge would be sustained by the earth itself, long after their own voices were dust. The ingenuity was chilling, representing a deep, forgotten knowledge of earth science that modern engineering was only just beginning to rediscover. The drive back toward the main road was long and solitary. The air conditioner of the Jeep hummed a steady, non-resonant frequency, a comforting, simple mechanical sound that was the antithesis of the chaotic, high-voltage flutter she had silenced. Alia reflected on the human element of the haunting. The Bedouin and the tourists who reported the sightings were not hallucinating. They were witnessing a real, physical manifestation of electrostatic energy made visible by ionized dust particles. The psychological trigger, the legend of the Pharaoh's curse, simply provided the frame of reference for the terrifying, towering figure that walked silently in the distance. The mind had interpreted the physics of walking electricity as the sorrowful, cursed spirit of a dead king. She realized the power of belief to stabilize a sensory anomaly. By providing the narrative of Akhenaten, the legend gave the observers a language to deal with the physiological dread induced by the subtle, low-frequency hum of the energy. The psychological weight of the curse was, perhaps, heavier than the physical energy itself. As she drove, she reached into the Jeep's small cooler and pulled out a bottle of cold water. The simplicity of the moment, the refreshing taste, the sound of the engine, the familiar pull of the steering wheel, was a profound comfort after the intensity of the investigation. Alia's final task, which she began planning during the long, winding drive, was the composition of her official report. Like the highway hauntings case she had studied previously, this report would require careful, precise wording. She would detail the structural reinforcement needed for the well of dissonance fissure to prevent a buildup of the 10 Hz wave. She would recommend an urgent, localized electrolytic neutralization of the area to prevent the copper conduit from ever becoming conductive again. She would omit all references to curses, Akhenaten, or ghosts, framing the entire incident as a necessary geoacoustic and electrostatic mitigation project to secure the desert's safety for future exploration. The physical evidence, the data logs, the GPR readings, and the acoustic cancellation charts would stand as her silent, irrefutable proof. She had not only solved a terrifying mystery, but she had advanced the scientific understanding of how deep Earth geology can profoundly shape human perception. As the sun began to climb higher, reflecting brilliantly off the chalky hills, Aliyah broke out of the Farafra Desert's vast expanse and hit the main, paved road. The transition was sharp and comforting. The long, lonely journey was coming to an end. The desert had released its cursed captive, and now it was releasing her. The only thing left to do was complete the return and finally completely rest. Chapter 9. The Declassified Silence. The return journey to Cairo was a long, meditative descent from the intensity of the Farafra Desert. Dr. Aliyah Hassan drove steadily, the familiarity of the asphalt highway a welcome contrast to the silent, chalky terrain where the ancient curse had been woven. By the time she reached her apartment, the immense physical exhaustion from the lack of rhythmic auditory pressure and the mental strain of precise technical intervention settled in. Aliyah allowed herself a full 24 hours of deep, restorative rest. When she finally returned to her research station at the university, her task was purely administrative: transforming the terrifying reality of the walking electrostatic discharge into a dry, irrefutable mitigation report. She worked for 3 days, meticulously translating the subjective experience into objective data. The final report, titled Geoacoustic and Electrostatic Instability, Mitigation of Recurrent Natural Phenomena in the Farafra Desert Region, contained 3 major declassified sections. The acoustic trigger Alia detailed the phenomenon of hydroacoustic resonance. She explained how the enormous, subterranean circular void, the well of dissonance, acted as a massive Helmholtz resonator. Driven by the predictable, rhythmic, lunar-influenced movement of the vast underlying water table, the chamber amplified a 10 Hz acoustic wave. The report presented the acoustic cancellation method, the counter-resonance protocol, as a standard engineering solution, demonstrating the complete acoustic nullification achieved by introducing an out-of-phase wave using the seismic vibrator plate. The 10 Hz pulse, the rhythm that had made the figure move, was permanently silenced. The electrostatic conductor this section addressed the apparition itself. Alia classified the figure of Akhenaten as a high-voltage, ionized dust discharge. She presented the ground-penetrating radar data, confirming the presence of the deliberate, buried copper conduit that acted as a continuous, high-capacity electrostatic capacitor, accumulating charge in the dry chalk. The ghost was the visible manifestation of this charge being transferred along the conductive fault lines. She documented the chemical intervention, the injection of the chelation gel, which neutralized the ancient conductor, rendering the fault lines electrochemically inert and permanently severing the power supply. The secondary signal, the chaotic magnetic flutter, was entirely eliminated. Structural recommendation, the final, actionable part of the report, focused on future prevention. Alia recommended permanently sealing the narrow surface fissure of the well of dissonance with a high-density, polymer-injected concrete. This structural fix would ensure that even if the subterranean water flow resumed its rhythmic pattern, the acoustic energy would be fully contained and dampened, preventing the 10 Hz wave from ever reaching the surface and resynchronizing any future natural electrostatic activity. The report concluded with a firm statement. The perceived phenomenon in the Farafra Desert was fully explained by predictable geophysical and acoustic principles. The area was now safe, its stability guaranteed by the applied scientific countermeasures. Alia printed the final, sanitized copies. The quiet, bureaucratic action of submitting the report felt like the true final exorcism. She had honored the experience of the desert dwellers and tourists by taking their reports seriously, yet protected them from the terror of the truth by presenting it as a problem of engineering, not of ancient malice. The phantom was gone. The 10 Hz heartbeat was silent. The curse was just physics. Alia placed a single, small piece of the beautiful, white Farafra chalk, a silent, non-resonant souvenir, on her desk next to her now dormant acoustic equipment. The only thing left to do was sink into the quiet satisfaction of a profound mystery solved, allowing the immense silence of the cured desert to settle into her own mind. Chapter 10. The Echo of Silence. With the physical and administrative tasks complete, Dr. Alia Hassan finally had time for the crucial final stage of any intense field research, the quiet internal audit. She had successfully neutralized the well of dissonance and the cursed conduit, but she realized the 10 Hz heartbeat of the desert had not only influenced the environment, it had influenced her. The 10 Hz frequency is non-audible, falling deep into the range of infrasound. It is a frequency known in bioacoustics to resonate with the fluid cavities of the human body, particularly the inner ear and chest cavity, and it can subtly entrain brainwave activity. The exposure to the rhythmic thump over multiple nights, even at a distance, had been constant. Alia noticed subtle changes in her own physiology and perception since returning to Cairo. The world felt too stable, almost muted. Normal, ambient sounds, a distant car horn, the hum of the air conditioner, registered in her consciousness as sharper and more distinct than they should have been, almost as if her auditory system was overcompensating for the sudden, rhythmic background pressure she had experienced for days. She began to experience a minor form of phantom resonance. Lying in the quiet of her apartment, just as she was about to fall asleep, she would occasionally feel a deep, low, non-audible pressure against her eardrums, an involuntary echo of the 10 hertz pulse she had worked so hard to silence. It was the residual memory of the curse, not a return of the energy, but a neurological imprint left on her inner ear and cortex. Alia studied her own EEG, or the electroencephalography scans, which she habitually took as part of her bioacoustic safety protocols. She saw small, unusual spikes in the delta wave region, the frequency range associated with deep sleep, that precisely matched the 10 hertz rhythm. Her brain was subtly, rhythmically recalling the heartbeat of the desert, proving that the ancient priest's geoacoustic punishment had been effective not only on the land, but on the very neurology of the observer. The legend of Akhenaten being eternally cursed took on a new, poignant meaning. The priests did not need a physical jailer for his spirit. They needed a constant, rhythmic acoustic pulse that would continuously re-stimulate the nervous system, preventing the deep, restful dissolution of consciousness, and forcing a persistent, alert state of low-level dread. The curse was not a magical binding, but a highly effective, continuous acoustic harassment designed for neurological torment. The phantom she had seen, the tall, sorrowful figure, was now inseparable from her own fatigue. She realized that the loneliness she had sensed emanating from the apparition was not merely the suggestion of the legend, but the profound, overwhelming exhaustion of an energy that could never fully rest, continuously forced to walk to the rhythm of the Earth's relentless pulse. To counteract the subtle, lingering effect, Alia adopted a final, personal protocol. She used a pair of high-quality noise-canceling headphones, not to block sound, but to gently introduce a complex, non-rhythmic pink noise into her environment. Pink noise, with its even distribution of energy across the frequency spectrum, is the sonic antithesis of a specific, single-frequency pulse. It was the perfect, gentle, acoustic antidote to the rhythmic, coercive power of the 10 hertz wave. As the pink noise played softly, masking the silence and providing a benign, neutral acoustic blanket, Alia felt the faint phantom pressure behind her eyes finally begin to dissolve. The rhythmic $10 hertz echo faded, replaced by the comforting, predictable static of neutral sound. She was safe, and the desert was silent. The only echo of the curse now existed as a fading, scientific data point in her own neurology. The long, terrifying mystery of the walking pharaoh was reduced, finally, to an elegant solution involving geology, chemistry, and now, a small measure of personalized bioacoustics. The final soft silence was complete. Chapter 11. The Copper Token. The rhythmic echo of the 10 hertz pulse was fading from Dr. Alia Hassan's own neurology, replaced by the gentle acoustic blanket of pink noise. The external curse was neutralized, and the internal physiological residue was dissipating. The long process of scientific closure was almost complete, leaving only the examination of one final, curious physical detail. Before injecting the neutralizing chelation gel into the subterranean capacitor, Aaliyah had extracted a small sample of the ancient, buried conductive material from the deep borehole. This material, which had sustained the high-voltage discharge for millennia, was now sitting on her lab bench, chemically inert and entirely passive. The material was highly corroded, but laboratory analysis confirmed it was an intentionally buried line of high-purity copper. It was not a vein of naturally occurring ore, but deliberately worked metal, likely placed by the priests of Amun during the same period they constructed or modified the Well of Dissonance. This confirmed the immense strategic depth of their revenge. They were masters of both acoustic and electrostatic engineering. The sample Aaliyah held was a small, oblong, mineralized section of the conduit, about the size of her thumb. Its surface, once a conductor of deadly electrostatic energy, was now dull and brittle, consumed by the chelation reaction. As Aaliyah studied the small copper token under a high-powered microscope, she noticed a minuscule, final detail that the corrosive forces of time and the chelation gel had failed to completely obliterate. Deeply etched into the surface of the copper, where the metal was thickest, was a single, precise hieroglyph. It was not one of the typical symbols of the Amun priesthood, nor was it a common funerary text. It was the hieroglyph for Jewet, the Egyptian underworld. The meaning was clear, powerful, and utterly chilling. The priest's intention was codified not just in the acoustic geometry of the desert, but directly onto the conductive material that created the curse's physical manifestation. They had symbolically carved the destination, the underworld, onto the very physical vessel that carried the pharaoh's walking shadow. This single, final token was a profound piece of evidence. It proved that the engineering was indeed a conscious, elaborate act of ritualized scientific malice. They didn't just want the pharaoh's spirit to wander. They intended for his shadow to be bound to a repetitive, physically agonizing path, stamped with the sign of his eternal condemnation to the underworld. The carving was the signature of the curse. Aaliyah placed the small copper token into a secure, archival box. It was the only remaining physical artifact of the curse's active mechanism. The geometric blueprint on the chalk monolith was too large and too remote to retrieve, and the Well of Dissonance was sealed shut beneath layers of dense polymer concrete. This small, inscribed piece of copper was the quiet, tangible proof that her battle had been against an act of millennia-old, brilliantly engineered cruelty. The physical presence of the token, now inert and silent, brought a final, deep sense of resolution. It represented the moment the science had fully merged with the mythology, providing a complete explanation for the haunting. The ghostly figure of Akhenaten was a scientific phenomenon, but its purpose was utterly, tragically mythological. With the analysis of the token complete, Aaliyah felt the last vestiges of the desert's energy truly leave her laboratory. The quiet hum of her computers and the soft static of her pink noise generator were the only sounds. The white desert was safe, and the story of the cursed king was, at last, finished. No longer a tale of spiritual terror, but a cautionary lesson on the enduring power of acoustic and electrostatic engineering when wielded by a vengeful priesthood. The pharaoh's lonely walk was finally over. Chapter 12. The Quiet Acceptance. After the successful mitigation of the Akhenaten phenomenon, the most delicate and least scientific part of Dr. Aaliyah Hassan's closure process remained: understanding the reaction of the local Bedouin communities. For millennia, the ghostly figure walking the Farafra sands had been an immutable part of their oral history and their relationship with the desert. The curse was a fact of their lives, a warning, and a source of profound existential poetry. Alia knew she could not simply arrive and declare, "Your curse is just 10 hertz infrasound and copper corrosion." Her scientific solution had to translate into a respectful, cultural understanding. She arranged a quiet meeting with Sheikh Tariq, an elder of the local tribe whose people had consistently reported the sightings, and whose knowledge of the desert's nuances was unparalleled. They met at a small oasis on the fringe of the White Desert, away from the intrusion of tourists and cameras. Alia presented her findings not as a confrontation but as a translation. She did not use words like physics or electrostatic. Instead, she spoke of rhythm and balance. "The desert holds immense power," Alia explained softly. "The old ones, the priests, they knew how to channel the deep, deep voice of the earth. They found the place where the earth's heartbeat, the rhythm of the water below, was strongest. They used this powerful, painful beat to force the king's shadow to walk and walk, always moving, never allowed to rest." She described her intervention not as cancellation but as restoration of quiet. "We found the old drum they used," she continued, referring to the well of dissonance and the copper conduit. "And we have sealed it, silencing the painful rhythm that held the king captive. We have removed the heavy, silent cord that bound him to that endless path." Sheikh Tariq listened with a patient, profound stillness that was characteristic of a man who lived by the silent laws of the desert. He did not ask for the scientific data or the GPR charts. He asked a single, crucial question. "And now, is the king quiet?" "Yes," Alia replied simply. "He is absolutely quiet. The desert has released him. He is free to find his rest, no longer forced to walk." The sheik looked out across the vast, empty expanse of the Farafra, where the distant chalk formations shimmered under the afternoon sun. He nodded slowly, accepting this new narrative. It fit their world view perfectly. The figure was suffering, and now, the suffering was ended by an intervention that spoke to the deeper, respectful truth of the land. The quiet acceptance of the local community was the final, profound measure of Alia's success. The constant, rhythmic dread was gone, replaced not by fear of the unknown but by a sense of completion and peace. The land was healed, and the tortured shadow of the heretic king had found its final repose. The legend of Akhenaten's ghost, a tale of tragedy and eternal recurrence, was not erased. It was simply updated. It was no longer a warning of a perpetual curse, but a story of a silent, scientific liberation. The desert, which had for so long kept its sorrowful captive, was now keeping its peaceful secret. Alia left the oasis feeling a deep, spiritual resolution that her scientific findings had lacked. The curse was broken not just on a graph, but in the hearts and minds of the people who knew the desert best. The Farafra was now a place of silent, uninterrupted beauty, the quiet proof of a brilliant, compassionate science. Chapter 13. The Peer Review. The return to the academic world of Cairo University was a jarring shift from the profound solitude of the Farafra Desert. Dr. Alia Hassan's triumph, the systematic dismantling of a multi-millennia-old curse using geoacoustics and chemistry, had to be presented to her peers, a group of distinguished and deeply skeptical seismologists, Egyptologists, and engineering faculty. The consensus surrounding her geoacoustic mitigation report was one of cautious professional praise mixed with profound, technical skepticism. They accepted the structural data, the GPR mapping of the subterranean chamber, the confirmation of the fault lines, and the successful acoustic nullification were all irrefutable. Her colleagues readily accepted that she had stabilized a highly volatile geological anomaly. However, the connection between the physics and the curse, the subtle, terrifying link between the rhythmic 10 Hz pulse and the visual apparition, was the source of intense debate. "Doctor," Omar Zahir, a renowned seismologist, challenged the very premise of the hydroacoustic synchronization. The energy magnitude is simply too low, Dr. Hassan, he argued during her presentation. Your $10 Hertz pulse, while certainly present, is below the human auditory threshold. For it to create the visual and psychological effect needed to sustain the ghost myth, the energy required would need to be in the Richter range, not the microseismic readings you presented. You have an acoustic phenomenon, yes, but its power to co-opt human perception and create a terrifying visual seems overstated. A geophysicist, Professor Nabil, questioned the antiquity of the mechanism. The idea of the Amun priests designing a specific acoustic resonator to torment Akhenaten relies on a degree of geoengineering knowledge that is simply undocumented in the New Kingdom. Why would they bury a conductive copper line deep into the earth for electrostatic storage? That is a 19th century concept, not one from 3,000 years ago. Alia listened patiently. Their skepticism was rational, rooted in the known limits of their respective fields. Her evidence lay not in the individual phenomena but in the synthesis of the subtle effects, the horrifying genius of the priest's design. Gentlemen, you are correct that the energy is low, Alia responded calmly. But the priests did not rely on brute force. They relied on frequency and repetition. The 10 Hertz pulse is low energy, but it is in the perfect frequency range to cause physiological resonance in the human chest and inner ear, inducing feelings of anxiety, dread, and a sense of unnatural presence. She referenced her bioacoustic safety logs, showing the subtle, rhythmic entrainment of her own delta brainwaves during the initial exposure. The sound did not need to be loud. It needed to be coercive. It was a continuous, rhythmic pressure that primed the human observer for terror. It was a neurological weapon, not a physical one. Then, she addressed the engineering knowledge. The priests did not need to know the term electrostatic capacitor. They needed to know that dry chalk holds energy, and that burying long lines of copper in the desert facilitates an electrical connection. They needed to observe that something terrifying walked the fault lines when the moon pulled the water and the acoustic pulse struck. Alia paused, allowing the gravity of the synthesis to settle. The priest's genius was not in knowing 19th century physics, but in creating a perfect, rhythmic ritual of recurrence using the materials at hand. They observed the desert's rhythm, encoded it in their architecture, the well of dissonance, and powered it with a massive, buried conductor. The ghost was the proof that the science of the ancient world was far more sophisticated and far more cruelly applied than we typically allow. The room fell into a thoughtful, respectful silence. Alia had not just presented data. She had unveiled an ancient, subtle truth about the application of forgotten science. The curse was a masterpiece of psychoacoustics and proto-electrostatics. Her peers still had technical questions, but the core of her discovery, the silent, scientific malice behind the curse, was now undeniable. Chapter 14. The Artistic Truth. With the scientific community cautiously satisfied by the sheer weight of the evidence, Dr. Alia Hassan stepped back from the realm of data and engineering to consider the ultimate, enduring truth of her discovery. The physical facts were clear. The Akhenaten haunting was a self-sustaining geoacoustic system that created a high-voltage apparition. But the haunting itself was, at its core, a profound, tragic piece of performance art spanning 3,000 years. The priests of the suppressed gods, in their vengeful brilliance, had not merely killed Akhenaten's earthly body. They had weaponized his profound solitude. The figure that walked in the Farafra desert was described not as terrifying or aggressive, but as lonely and faltering. It was a tall, regal figure bound to a repetitive, silent walk. This was not the chaotic manifestation of a demon, but the perfect, calculated portrayal of the heretic king's punishment. Akhenaten had attempted to impose a singular god, the Aten, the solar disk, upon a civilization built on the rich, polytheistic complexity of gods like Amun, Osiris, and Isis. He demanded singular focus, and in return the priests condemned him to a singular, endless, and repetitive existence in the desert's most solitary, silent corner. Alia realized the true artistic irony of the curse. The priests used the rhythmic 10 hertz pulse, the heartbeat of the desert, to sustain the ghost. But the desert, for the Egyptians, represented chaos and death, ruled by the god Seth. Akhenaten, the Sun King, was forced to walk to the rhythm of the chaotic underworld energy he had tried to suppress. His shadow, the electrostatic manifestation, was continuously forced to move, prevented from ever finding the deep, final rest, the dissolution that his soul desperately needed. The slow, faltering movement of the figure, its sudden, curious pause and turn when Alia observed it, was the ultimate tragedy. It was the ghost of a king perpetually trying to escape the fixed, linear path of the copper conduit and the acoustic pulse that dictated his movement, forever yearning for a break in the rhythmic repetition. The geometric carving, the blueprint on the chalk monolith that Alia had found, was not just an engineering diagram. It was a death warrant signed in stone, dictating the precise choreography of the king's eternal recurrence. It was a testament to the fact that the greatest revenge is not destruction, but the imposition of eternal routine. Alia placed the small, chemically inert copper token, the artifact etched with the hieroglyph for Jewett, on her desk. It was beautiful in its silent finality. The token represented the physical fact of the curse, but the vast, empty silence of the desert now represented the poetic freedom of the king. She had not destroyed a spirit. She had merely disabled an ancient, automatic machine that kept a tragic shadow in endless, rhythmic motion. The ghost was free because its rhythm was broken. The curse was dissolved because its profound, subtle repetition was cancelled. The story of the phantom of the Farafra Desert in its final, solved form was a haunting, melancholy meditation on the dangers of radical change and the terrifying, enduring power of the conservative forces of history, willing to use the very laws of physics to enforce their silent, ancient revenge. It was a beautiful, terrible masterpiece of technological malice. The final chapter remained. Chapter 15. The sleepy conclusion. The investigation was complete. The long, silent watch over the Farafra Desert was over. Dr. Alia Hassan's final report, detailing the geoacoustic and electrostatic mitigation project, was filed. The data was secure, and the skepticism of her peers had dissolved into quiet, professional respect for the depth of the ancient curse's engineering. The curse of Akhenaten was, for all intents and purposes, entirely and permanently broken. Alia sat in the quiet of her Cairo apartment. The apartment was still, insulated from the city's low, ambient hum. She had replaced the continuous pink noise with the absolute natural silence of her quiet room, the final test of her own recovered equilibrium. The phantom 10 hertz pulse, the subtle echo of the heartbeat of the desert, was gone from her neurology, replaced by the profound, deep peace that comes only with the knowledge of a profound, difficult task achieved. She looked at her desk, which was meticulously organized. The small, inert copper token, etched with the hieroglyph for Jewett, sat under a glass dome. It was a silent, beautiful reminder of the scientific battle she had won, a physical piece of the ancient malice, now rendered entirely powerless. The essence of her discovery was the power of repetition. The terrifying genius of the priests lay in binding the pharaoh's shadow to an eternal, mechanical rhythm. The ghost was not allowed the sweet finality of rest, but was forced into a state of continuous, agonizing, low-level motion, powered by the earth and timed by the moon. Alia realized that her solution had been the ultimate act of kindness to the long-suffering shadow. She had not only broken the circuit, but she had dismantled the rhythmic torture. She had used science to grant the king the rest that his theological enemies had denied him. The Farafra Desert was now quiet in a way it had not been for 3,000 years. Its massive, subterranean acoustic chamber was sealed, its copper conductor neutralized. The desert was once again governed by simple, predictable physics: the random shift of sand, the natural fall of temperature, the benign movement of silent air. There was no longer a hidden purpose, a silent, terrible design woven into the geology. The story ends here, not with a sudden sound or a last lingering doubt, but with the quiet restoration of balance and tranquility. The vast, silent desert which had held the secret of the king's suffering for so long had finally released its captive. Alia stood and walked to her window. The city lights were a gentle, non-resonant glow. The rhythmic anxiety that used to stalk the darkest hour of the morning, the 3 o'clock pulse, was gone, replaced by the deep, comfortable weight of earned repose. She walked into her bedroom. The sheets were cool and familiar. She closed her eyes, allowing her consciousness to drift easily toward deep, restorative sleep. The only sound in the quiet room was the soft, slow rhythm of her own breathing, a stable, natural rhythm that belonged only to her. The long, lonely walk of the pharaoh was over, and the profound, absolute silence of the solved mystery descended, final and complete.